Let me also welcome the chairman of the occasion, Engineer Yunana Richard Dauda, the acting executive secretary of the Federal Capital Development Authority, represented by Engineer Ahmad Muhammad, his special assistant, technical. Welcome to the high table. That's the chairman of the occasion. Okay, so some will go, some will not go. So we want also. Sorry for the slight hitch. We want to welcome to the high table the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, University of Abuja, who is the host of this occasion, Professor Abdul Fattah Ejimo. We also want to welcome to the high table the DG, Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, Professor Samson Duna, represented by Dr. Godwin Liza Isa. All right, so we are also happy to have the representative of Nigerian Atomic Energy Commission, Dr. Uche Madu. We welcome her to the high table. Welcome him to the high table. Sorry. We also want to welcome to the high table Mrs. Udwa Kletos Nna, representative of Energy Commission of Nigeria. We are also happy to have the representative of the President, Nigerian Society of Engineers, in our mix. So, sorry, I didn't call the full name, Engineer Tijani Deyebu, FNSE. Engineer Tijani Deyebu, FNSE. We have also some very important dignitaries with us too, but we are just saying that we don't have enough seats on the high table. So, but we have some in the front here, so we'll be happy to allow them to sit there. I mean, we'll be happy if they can sit there with us. And in that category, we have the representative of NASDA, that's the National Space Research and Development Agency, Dr. John Momo. He's already seated. We also have our dynamic Professor Hawa Imam, former Dean, Faculty of Education, former Director, Institute of Education, and so on and so forth. We are happy you are here with us live. We have among us our senior professor, former Commissioner of Agriculture, Kwara State, former Deputy Speaker, Kwara State House of Assembly, former Nigerian Ambassador to Japan, HOD Agri Engineering Department, Professor Isa. Welcome. We also have among us Engineer Moses Atanda, representing DG Shesco. You can stand up and wait for us. Thank you. You can come to the front. There's a seat here, please. You can come to the front. All right. We also have among us Professor Mustafa Bey, former HOD Accounting, University of Abuja. Round of applause for him. We will be recognizing other participants as time goes on, so we'll just kick off what you have in the program of events. We had in our plan that we'll have tea break and arrival of invited guests. We already have the arrival, but we've not had a tea break. So we are going to have the tea break, but we'll take some components of what we have in the program, and then when it is time, we will have our tea break. But to start with, we are going to have opening prayer now. So we are going to have the opening prayer of the program. Professor Idris Ibrahim Ozigis, former Acting Dean, Faculty of Engineering, University of Abuja. He will say the opening prayer for us.
Thank you very much, the guests invited and all other protocols. We are in prayer, please. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We thank God for the privilege of being here today, and whatever policy and statement we are going to make here, may it benefit the country and Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Let's all stand to our feet as we take the national anthem, please.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
So we are warmly welcoming all the HODs from the 7 departments to this program today. Thank you for coming. And personally, I want to welcome Professor Idris Ozigis, for coming. It's been a while I've seen him last. Thank you, Prof, for coming. Okay. We also want to welcome the presence of EGCE Dunat, represented by Dr. Godwin Lazi. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. Okay. Which one? Okay. Now to the next program. We want to welcome the Dean of the Faculty, in person of Engineer Professor Abdul Fatai Kolawole Jimo, for his welcoming address.
The Acting Vice Chancellor, the University of Abuja, distinguished keynote speaker, my brother, my friend, my colleague, and my Vice Chancellor, esteemed lead paper presenters, industry partners, respected colleagues, our dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that I, on behalf of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Abuja, and the entire University of Abuja community, warmly welcome you all to the maiden edition of Abuja International Engineering Conference, AIECO 2025, convened under the inspiring theme, Sustainable Engineering Innovation. The University of Abuja, a young and dynamic institution committed to excellence in teaching, research, and community service, is truly delighted and deeply honored to host scholars, professionals, innovators, and students from across the globe on our campus here in Abuja, Nigeria capital city. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to advancing engineering, not just as a discipline of technical excellence, but as a catalyst for sustainable development in Africa and the wider world. The theme of this conference could not be more timely because nations like Nigeria are confronted with challenges in energy access, infrastructure development, rapid urbanization, climate resilience, resource depletion, environmental degradation, and sustainable growth. It is through bold, innovative, and sustainable engineering solutions that we can rise to meet these challenges. In this reality, as engineers, educators, and researchers, we carry the responsibility of developing technologies that not only drive economic growth, but also preserve our environment and improve the quality of life for future generations. Our innovations must not only solve technical problems, but also uphold the values of equity, environmental stewardship, and long-term resilience. Distinguished audience, in this pursuit, universities remain critical spaces where research meets application, where knowledge inspires innovation, and where the next generation of engineers is equipped to lead with vision and responsibilities. May I let you know that this conference will provide a unique platform for dialogue and collaborations. Over the next few days, this gathering will provide us with a platform to share cutting-edge research, explore innovative and informative ideas, strengthen collaborations between academia, industry, and policymakers, and also deliberate on strategies that can align engineering practice with global sustainability goals. It is also expected to be a platform to showcase how Nigerian universities and industries can partner with international counterparts to co-create solutions that are both globally relevant and locally impactful. I am pleased that young researchers and students are here with us today. They represent the future of sustainable innovation, and their voice must be heard. As the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Abuja, I'm delighted that this gathering brings together not only seasoned experts, but also young researchers and students. Your voices, your creativity, and your passion are central to shaping a sustainable future. During this conference, let us listen attentively, let us question critically, and let us connect meaningfully. I warmly encourage each participant to see this gathering not just as an academic exchange, but as a collaborative journey where we work, exchange ideas freely, and as a fertile ground for mentorship and innovation. The networks we built here today, the partnership we're going to forge today, and the ideas we're going to incubate today will outlive this conference and contribute to shaping the future of engineering for generations to come. At this juncture, permits me to use this opportunity to express on behalf of Faculty of Engineering our deep gratitude to the acting Vice Chancellor, ably represented by SSA Research, and the University of Abuja leadership for their unwavering support, and also to our distinguished keynote speaker, my Magaji. I'm highly happy to have you here, sir. And all the lead paper presenters for graciously honoring us and sharing their time and expertise. To our sponsors and partners for their invaluable contributions. I also want to express our gratitude to all participants who have traveled from near and far to be here. Your presence here today affirms the global commitment to making engineering a driving of sustainable progress. And to my beloved local organizing committee members, I express my gratitude for your tireless efforts and your hard work to bring this vision to life today, after so many years that we have been trying to come up with the maiden edition of this international conference. I thank you, all the LOC members. With these words, you are not only welcome to our university, the University for National Unity, the U of A of Nigeria, and to the conference, but I also welcome all of you once again to the warmth, hospitality, and vibrant culture of Abuja and Nigeria at large. May your time here be intellectually enriching and stimulating, professionally rewarding, and personally inspiring. Thank you, welcome, and God bless all of us. Thank you.
Please kindly give him a better round of applause for that wonderful speech. Thank you very much, Adin. And I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Ahmed Abdullah, is Foster Chima, able representing the DG Raw Material and Development Council. You're welcome, Sir Mas.
So we are now going to welcome our chief host, the acting vice chancellor of University of Abuja, who is ably represented by SSA Research, Professor Abdul Buba. A round of applause for him.
Chairman of the occasion, Engineer Richard Y. Dauda, the Acting Executive Secretary, FCDA, the keynote speaker, the VC Summit University offer, Professor Abiodun Musa Abinu, the Magaji, if I'm not mistaken. The lead paper presenter, one, the former DG Energy Commissioner of Nigeria, Professor Ije Bala. The lead paper presenter, two, the acting chairman NAEC, Engineer Dr. Tony Ekedegwa. The registrar current, the President Nigeria Society of Engineers, Director General of Parastatals and Agencies, principal officers and management staff of the University of Abuja, now Yakubu Gawan University, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, heads of department and professors here present, respected academics, engineers and participants, staff and students, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you here. All distinguished guests, eminent speakers and participants to the Abuja International Engineering Conference. The first of its kind being hosted by the Faculty of Engineering of our great University of Abuja, now Yakubu Gawan University. Today marks a milestone in the history of our university and the Nigerian academic landscape, as we remind ourselves that we are fast becoming the university that capitalizes on ideas that drive innovation and a sustainable environment. The theme of this conference, Sustainable Engineering Innovation, could not be timelier in an age where the effects and challenges that come with non-sustainable practices and engineering stares at us in the face. The world is in desperate need of engineers who don't just build and design, but do it responsibly and sustainably. Engineers that innovate for a future that guarantees survival and prosperity. This conference provides us with a platform to exchange knowledge, showcase innovation, and shape ideas. Over the next few days, we hope to explore and encounter groundbreaking ideas and practical solutions that drive real transformation in Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. I encourage every participant to approach this conference not just as an event, but as an opportunity to build. When we gather like this, Nigeria wins, Africa wins, because every sustainable solution conceived here has potential to improve lives. I must sincerely commend the host, Dean of the Faculty, and the entire conference planning committee for a job thoroughly well done and their outstanding effort. There is no doubt this conference will enhance the visibility of this university at the global arena. To our sponsors and partners, your support strengthens our vision of positioning the university as a leading center for academic excellence and industry-driven innovation, and with continued support, we look forward to hosting even more conferences in the future. On this note, I once again, on behalf of the university, welcome you to Abuja International Engineering Conference 2025. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for our acting Vice Chancellor. We are very grateful for the commitment of the Vice Chancellor to sustain this event, which is the first one. And we say thank you so much for doing that for us. We have additional visitors that have come in. We have the representative of the Executive Vice Chairman of Naseni, and he's represented by Engineer Dr. Wasiu Oladoso. You are welcome, please. He's accompanied by some other person. Sorry, I couldn't get that name. I'm sorry. But a round of applause for her as well. All right, so we'll have the chairman's opening remarks. The chairman of the occasion is Engineer Richard Y. Dauda, but he's represented in the event by his special assistant, Engineer Ahmad Muhammad. So we'll have his opening remarks now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The Acting Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja, now Yakubu Gowon University, ably represented today by Professor Abdul Buba, our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor of Innovation, Professor Abiodun Musa Ibinu, you are most welcome, sir. The President, Nigeria Society of Engineers, Directors General of government parastatals and agencies here present, principal officers and management staff of the University of Abuja, our lead speaker, Professor E.J. Bala, a distinguished engineer, most senior esteemed colleague. Permit me to say here that Dr. E.J. Bala was HOD Mechanical Engineering when I was in level 1 in ABU Zaria. It is an honor for me, sir, to be here today as your student. I'm very proud of your achievements, sir. I wish you all the best, sir, in the rest of your years. The Dean Faculty of Engineering, professors and heads of department in the Faculty of Engineering and other faculties of the university, our respected academics, my fellow engineers and participants here present, staff and students of University of Abuja, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here today to represent the Acting Executive Secretary, FCDA, who is unavoidably absent. For those of you who are conversant with what is happening in Abuja, we have a minister who is hyperactive, who is difficult to keep pace with. So my boss, the executive secretary, is at this moment attending a flag-off ceremony somewhere in Abuja for flagging off of new projects in the city. For the past 3 weeks, we have had series of commissionings of over 20 days with the minister commissioning various projects. So please accept his sincere apology. He had wanted to be in this occasion, but because of the exigencies of his office, he couldn't be here. So I will read his speech, please. I feel highly honored to be invited to chair the first Abuja International Engineering Conference tagged AIECO 2025, organized by the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Abuja, now Yakubu Gowon University, with the theme, Sustainable Engineering Innovation. I feel truly delighted to be in the midst of such an array of scholars, researchers, professionals, academicians from different parts of the world. According to the United Nations 2017 Drivers of Migration and Urbanization Africa report, more than half of the global population now lives in urban areas. This figure is projected to increase to 75% by the year 2050, and the global share of African urban residents is projected to grow from 11.3% in 2010 to about 20.2% by 2050. What does that mean? Cities around the world, and especially in the developing countries, are increasingly under stress as a result of urbanization, with its attendant challenges. There is, therefore, the need for new ideas and innovative ways to provide solutions to the various environmental, social, and economic challenges we currently face in our cities. These innovative solutions must equally be sustainable through optimized resource management, such as efficient energy grids, smarter water management, intelligent in transportation systems, and waste collection systems, among others. The theme of this conference is therefore very apt and timely. Development Authority, as practitioners in the field, and as the body statutorily responsible for planning and developing Abuja as our new capital city, the theme also aligns with the vision of the FCDA, that is to build a new capital city comparable to any capital city in the world. We are therefore very ready and willing to partner with the faculty and the university, as well as our privileged innovators and academicians, to actualize our collective aspirations for a more sustainable and functional city. Our doors are open for collaboration in the training of our young engineering students through industrial training, excursions, and on-the-spot assessment of the works being carried out in Abuja. And for our researchers, Abuja is still a virgin land for experimenting of innovative ideas. Abuja is still a construction city, so it's a ready lab for breeding new and noble ideas. This conference is not only about presentations about innovation and sustainability. It is also an avenue for unveiling new ideas, sharing knowledge, building partnerships, and charting the way forward in research and innovation. Let us make the most of every dialogue and discussion at this very conference. Over the next 2 days, we will be listening to eminent scholars and academicians from various universities and various fields of the engineering profession, who will speak to us on the different sub-themes of the main theme of this conference. Let us take advantage of every presentation, of every discussion, and the attendant dialogue associated with it. On this note, I wish to thank the Faculty of Engineering for organizing this maiden conference, the organizing committee, everybody that participated in bringing this conference to fruition, our distinguished invited scholars and speakers, other dignitaries here present, lecturers and students, as well as fellow participants. To our esteemed visitors to Abuja City, either you are coming here for the first time or it's a return visit, I implore you to find time, not only to spend all your time here in the university, but to explore our beautiful city of Abuja and see what it has to offer in other areas of life. On this note, I thank everybody for attending. I wish us all a successful conference. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for our chairman. I'm particularly moved by the speech of the chairman because he has mentioned some things that not only have we not been seen in the country, I mean in Abuja, but we have not even seen it in the country. You see, universities are set up to also collaborate with the cities where they are located. And the chairman has told us that he's open to collaboration with us, both in the areas of research and in the students' development. I'm very, very happy with this point that he has made. I remember some years ago when I was doing my PhD, we collaborated with the city of Frankfurt in Germany. The city wanted certain things done in the area of energy, and it invited some universities, and I was fortunate to be one of the participants. I've been looking for this kind of opportunity. So by him saying it to us now, I'm catching him by the hand after this program so that we begin to explore that opportunity. Another round of applause, please. So we are at the junction now where we will be having the keynote speaker speak to us. And so we'll be inviting the keynote speaker to stand with us here while his citation will be read by Engineer Abimbola Justina. So we ask that Professor Professor Albino Musa Abiodun to come forward for his citation. It's her. So his citation will be read by Engineer Abimbola right now. Thank you.
Professor Abiodun Musa Albino, PhD, is a distinguished academician. Renowned for his dynamic career and expertise in mechatronics engineering, telecommunication engineering, teaching, research, and grantsmanship. A highly motivated, career-driven achiever, he seamlessly combined academic brilliance with entrepreneurial acumen. Currently serving as the Vice Chancellor and Chief Executive of Summit University of Akwara State, Nigeria. Professor Albino is also a celebrated academic in mechatronics engineering. Beyond his university leadership, he brings strategic insight to over 10 companies and organizations, where he served in diverse capacities as a board member. Ahead of now, he was once the Head Department of Mechatronics Engineering, Federal University of Technology, FUTS-MENA, 2014 to 2022. Director Center of Open Distance and E-Learning, FUTS-MENA, 2014 to 2022. Coordinator, Advanced Engineering Innovation and Research Group, 2013 to 2015. Chairman Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Challenge 2020. However, prior to venturing into academic field, he has worked with MTN Communication Nigeria Limited, GS Telecom Nigeria Limited, DCC Satellite and Network Limited, Oganla Consulting and Investments Limited, Communication Associates Limited. Acadopreneur Albino is a passionate advocate for spiritual intelligence, artificial intelligence, and academipreneurship, a concept he championed to transform academic ideas into thriving businesses. As a co-founder of Artificial Intelligence for Clean Energy Nigeria Limited, a forward-thinking startup focused on disruptive technologies for the fourth industrial revolution, He exemplifies the fusion of innovation and entrepreneurship. Professor Abinu is a multi-award-winning academic and researcher. He has participated and won several academics and research awards at various international and national exhibitions. He was nominated for 2012 Promising Researcher Award and Best Teacher Award at IIUM Malaysia. In 2017, Akedo Premier Albino was one of the recipients of the highly prestigious Nigerian Air Force Research and Development Award. Also in 2019, he was honored with Savicom Excellence Award by Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria, in recognition of his selfless services and contributions to the development of Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria, and country at large. In 2021, he was one of the recipients of Vice Chancellor Excellence Award. As a grant strategist, Professor Albino has demonstrated exceptional skill in securing numerous research grants, both within and outside Nigeria. His successful grant applications include: 1. Nigeria Communications Commission Research Grants 2015 and 2016 and 19. Third Fund Research Grants in 2014, 17, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 20 respectively. Royal Academic of Engineering Research Grants Award 2019 and 22. University of Leeds E-Waste Grants 2020. Kaduna State Government Research Grants 2020. PTDF Research Grants 2021. International Telecommunication Research Grants 2021. European Union Marie Curie Exchange Grants 2022. University of Leeds Biotechnology Grants 2023. Gender and Responsive Artificial Intelligence Network 2023. North American Association for Environmental Education Global STEM Award 2024. Sincerely, we can do better than that. Even me, I'm shivering as I'm reading it. I'm not worthy to read this citation. These are just a few of his achievements in securing research grants both within and outside Nigeria. In addition to his grant writing expertise, he has facilitated and championed several successful fundraising initiatives over the past 20 years for community-based non-profit organizations focused on improving communities, building capacity, advancing women development, and providing support for underserved and vulnerable individuals, all in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG agenda. He has authored and co-authored numerous publications in prestigious local and international journals and conferences, with several of his work receiving high citation within the academic community. His diverse research interests include digital signal and image processing, information and communication technology, robotics, process automation, intelligent system development, and clean energy generation. Professor Albino is deeply committed to teaching, supervision, mentoring, research across various universities within and beyond Nigeria. He has served as a keynote speaker, invited lecturer, convocation and graduation speaker, expert talk facilitator, discussant, panelist, trainer, coach, and mentor at numerous events. He also served as a valuable research resource to notable institutions, including the Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Army, National Defense Headquarters, and other distinguished organizations. He is the Mogaji of the Aikulola Aibinu Omo family. Itabiogo Okemapo. Okemapo, Ibadan. A tale signifying extended family leadership, representation at the Olubadan's palace, and a step towards becoming the town paramount ruler, the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oyo State, Nigeria. Please make welcome Professor Musa Albinu to the stage. Stand up. We should be on our feet, please.
We can sit down, please. Do you have the slide? Okay, you can load the slide. Okay, I'm the chairman of today's event, Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda, FNSC, and the acting vice chancellor of the University of Abuja, Yakubu Gowon University. Kindly allow me to use the following people as point of contact instead of me going over the protocol again. Here with us today, because we have a lot of distinguished personalities here, and I don't want to commit any error. I want to use my mother who is here, and she should stand up for recognition, Professor Awa, as the point of contact. As the point of contact to those who are here today, acting and serving as my mother, because I'm still very, very young. And I also want to use Professor Ghana, former HOD, former ambassador, as point of contact to all my fathers who are here today. Prof. And in here today also, we have a lot of my previous lecturers here, past and immediate. And I want to use Engineer Wasiu Oladosu as the point of contact to all my past teachers, lecturers. He taught me when I was he taught us when we were at Obafemi Awolowo University. And I also want to use Engineer Dr. John Momo as a point of contact to those who have facilitated one way or the other learning for us here. And I also want to use my dean as the point of contact to all the deans who are here today, Professor Jimo, as the point of contact to all of them. I also want to use Professor Mustafa as the point of contact to all spiritual leaders here from different faiths. Professor Mustafa, can you stand up for recognition? And I also want to use a colleague here, Dr. Mrs. Arogundade, as point of contact to all my colleagues here that I cannot mention their names. And I also want to use Professor Eli Baba as the point of contact to all discussants, panelists, and those who are unavoidably yet to be here today. Professor, I cannot say stand up, but he is a point of contact to all others. And lastly, I also want to recognize our students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press who are here today, and I say you are highly welcome to this event. Thank you. Do I have a telepointer? Okay. And then how are those who are by this side, how will they get to see it? The slide. Okay, the slide. Okay, I can set the slide to you if you will. Okay, thank you. And please, you need to watch me. Once I do like this, you have to change the slide. And all your attention have to be understanding and recognizing that sign. Because I have just 1 hour, and I have almost 75 slides there. So you have to move on. Okay, let's start. Today, I will be speaking and sharing my experience on what is called cultivating the acadopreneurship mindset. Acadopreneurship mindset. Acado, can we all call it together? Acadopreneurship mindset. When you look at that word, acadopreneurship, you are going to look at what it's really entails. And again, next slide. So, I'm Abiodun Musa Ibino. I'm a Vice Chancellor of Summit University. And as has been mentioned during the citation, I'm Mogaji Aikulola Ibino Omo family. Mogaji simply means Olubadan of Ibadan in the waiting. So this morning you have that singular honor and the privilege to listen to a professor, a vice chancellor, and our waiting king, all three in one, presenting the talk. So I want you to please pay attention. It's a singular honor. It's a privilege that doesn't come often and often. So what I do, I'm into what is called mechatronics engineering, acadopreneurship, artificial intelligence, spiritual intelligence, borderless learning, and grant. I'm sure some of us will be asking ourselves, what is spiritual intelligence? Today is not for spiritual intelligence. Rather, today is for artificial intelligence, mechatronics, grantmanship. But before moving further, let me just share with us, because we are talking about sustainable mindset. And that now means that you need to understand the vision of our university, because I will be talking more about that. At Summit University of I'm sure some of us are just hearing Summit University for the first time today. Yeah, because it's a private university and then less than 7 or 8 years old. But I'm going to share with you what are those things that we are doing regarding sustainable engineering practice. And then I'm going to share with you, you have heard about feudalism before. Yes or no? Yes. But today, I'm going to share with you what is called techno-feudalism and how you and me must start to fight against that by inculcating what is called acadopreneurship mindset. At Summit University of Kwara State, Nigeria, we shall be developing innovation that will be changing the way we live in our communities. Take note, the way we what? Live in our communities, defend our nation, and work in Africa. That is our vision at Summit University. I want you to take note of 3 things there. The way we what? We defend our nation, work in what? Africa, and live in our communities. Because you need to understand that. Next slide, please. So, and again, the overview of my talk, so that when you are asked the summary, you will understand that acadopreneurship is a blend of academia and entrepreneurship. And we must transform learning, teaching to what is called sustainable solutions for our community. And we are going to be leveraging on emerging technology. And I will be sharing how universities can shift from theory to practice, foster innovation, and empower students and lecturers with entrepreneurial skills. We are not talking about just learning, but we are talking about skills. So this approach will ensure that education drives real-world impact, sustainability, and create jobs for the society. Thank you. Next slide. So let's now look at one thing, how emerging technology are disrupting and enabling engineering practices. So let me ask us, where are the typists of yesteryears? Where are they? What of Nitel? United Boys, where are they? They have all gone into what? Extinction. Why? Because of what you call what? Emerging technologies. And if care is not taken, that emerging technologies may, or those emerging technologies may send you and me out of job. Have we experienced something like that before? Yes. And that now brings us to the issue of Kodak. Where is Kodak today? Where is Kodak today? In this room today, we have two types of generation, the digital natives and the digital migrants. Those are this up side of the room. I'm sure we are the digital migrants. But those at the back, they are the digital natives. When you ask them about Kodak, they have no experience about it. They don't understand that some years ago, to take passport photograph, you have to pay for express in order to collect it after 2 weeks. What sent Kodak out of job? Imagine what? Technology. And that now brings us to the story. Let me start by telling us or reminding us this story, and to the digital natives in this room. Digital natives means those who are within 1 to 25 years old. As of today, they are digital natives. Some years ago, around 1998 and the rest, Kodak had nothing less than 170,000 employees worldwide. And Kodak controls nothing less than 83% of photo paper worldwide. And they capture 90% of the film market. What else can you imagine? Kodak was just one of the most valuable brands then. And then, when you also learn about Kodak, as at that time, Kodak was the 3 most valuable companies in USA, the 3rd on the list. And when we say USA, what do we mean? United States of? We mean the world. Because, don't remember, around 1985, 88, there was that song also that says, that define America as what? We are the what? We are the what? We are the world. So when we say USA, we mean the whole world. So Kodak was the 3rd most valuable brand around the world. But in 2012, they filed for bankruptcy. The question is why? What happened? What happened? Any idea? They filed for bankruptcy because a technology came out. And that technology was developed by an employee in what? In Kodak. An employee where? In that same what? Company. So lesson, we must all learn to act what? Fast. And we must keep on asking ourselves, what is the next big thing? And the next big thing is what we are discussing today. Imagine what? Technology. And how not to fall victim of what we create or what we created by ourselves. So that now brings us to what is that emerging technology? And we have a plethora of them, and among them include artificial intelligence, robotics, clean energy, and so on and so forth. So that story is just to tell you that you and me must be ready for a what? For a new rebirth. And let us use this opportunity to appreciate the organizers of today's event. A round of applause for them. So, this lecture, I pray that it serves as national wake-up call, and I pray that it sparks that institutional reflection and bold action. And it's going to be, and I hope that it will be the transformative mindset that we need, not just to survive, but to lead. And to lead simply means controlling technology. Thank you. And let's now start the main lecture for today. So, today I will be sharing my own experience and I will be talking. But there is need for us to be on the same frequency. If I say 2 plus 2, who can tell me the right answer here? 2 plus 2. Are you sure? 2 plus 2? 2 plus 2, we need to agree on which base. Is it base 4, base 3, base 10, base 5, or base what? So that means that we need to do what is called conceptual clarification so that we operate on the same what? Frequency. So for this talk, I need to do what is called conceptual clarification on 3 important keywords. Number 1, emerging technologies. Number 2, techno-feudalism. And you will now understand by saying whoever's control 3 things. How many things? Number 1, coding. Number 2, computation. Number 3, that is your computer or chip. Number 3, connectivity. Whoever controls that thing will continue to rule the world. And that's why we need to talk about techno-feudalism and how it affects engineering. If we continue to say sustainability on the part of whom? The feudals or we, the losers. Don't forget, social media can control that next election. Yes or no? So we need to talk. And then, thirdly, we need to talk about acadopreneurship. Next slide, please. So, from the religious point of view, most of us believe that there was a time woman evolves from a garden, either true or not. For the benefit of this lecture, let's agree. And there was a time that woman was one with nature and everything was in harmony. And there comes a time that we started experiencing hunger and rest, and then human being, we started that what we call hunter-gatherer economy. You can find this one from your book of Bible story, from your spiritual and your religious text. Next slide. And a time we were there for some years and years. And at a time, we entered what is called agriculture economy. And that was the time we started practicing different type of agricultural skill, like shifting cultivation. Who can help me? Multi-cropping, multi-farming, and the rest. Yes or no? Yes or no? And as of that time, nothing was so much heard about wars, about global what? Dominance, until we started experiencing engineering and technology. And we enter that period that we call industrial revolution. Industrial revolution. And the industrial revolution had to do with 4 types of revolution. The first one was what we call the first industrial revolution, Industry 1.0. Industry what? 1.0. During the time that we were in gardening, man carried load on the what? On the head. And we used legged bends, leg. Yes or no? But when we experience and discover the first machine, steam engine, and man transfer ability to do work from himself to what? To machine. And that was when you started hearing about locomotive engine. You started hearing about steam engine. Yes or no? Yes. And that was what we call the first industrial revolution. Industry 1.0. And it's about what we call mechanization. Then, during Industry 1.0, that was the time for the digital migrant. They will understand. For you to attend a party, about 4 people have to be turning the changer for the people to be dancing. And again, we entered the second industrial revolution. And that was the era that we started supporting mechanical devices with electronics. Electronics. And during that time, for you to understand, during Industry 1.0, there was no electronics. For you to drive your car, you need a motor boy that will go to the car and prime the car like a generator before you start driving. And that was the origin of the motor boy. Then we entered the second industrial revolution. During the second industrial revolution, we started adding electronics to mechanical devices and engines, and we call it electromechanical revolution. During the time of electromechanical revolution, we started having changer that you prime it a little bit and it start turning by itself. That was electronics in addition to mechanical. That was the second industrial what? Revolution. And that was the time you started having 3 keys for your car. One to start the engine, one to lock the doors, and one to lock the boot. So for you to own a car, you need 3 keys. Yes or no? When I say this, the digital natives will not what? Understand. And that time, yes, we have added electronics to mechanical devices, but there was still that communication gap. For you to send a letter to UK or so, it will take like 4 weeks. For you to receive a call, you need a full day to go to Nitel Exchange. And about 50 years ago, we entered the third industrial revolution. And we call that one information and communication revolution. That is what we call ICT revolution. And at that time, that was when you started hearing about email, e-banking, e-commerce, e-learning. Can you add more? I have mentioned 5. Let's start. Email, e-banking, e-learning, e-commerce, e-medicine. But you see, as of that time, it's just about communication. That was the third industrial revolution. And about 5 years ago, 7 years ago, we entered what is called the fourth industrial revolution. And that fourth industrial revolution is the transfer of ability to think from man to machine. During the third industrial revolution, to visit an unknown place, you have to stop by the roadside and start asking for direction. Yes or no? But now, is it like that again? No. What do? You enter the location and you use Google Maps. So you can see, you have transferred ability to think from yourself to what? To machine. And that machine will now start directing you. Turn left, turn right, and take the third exit. And that is what we call the fourth industrial revolution, which is what we call cyber physical system. And we have plethora of emerging technology guiding that, which include artificial intelligence, include big data. I want you to pay attention to this slide. Artificial intelligence is the first on the list, and that's what we all know. Hey, hi, hey, hi, hey, hi. But again, the next on the list is what you call what? Big what? Data. Because it's going to play a critical role in this talk. Data. Data is the new oil. If our refineries are not working and we are generating data, how do we mine our data? Don't you think we need refinery for our data? So again, we have list. This is a list of non-exhaustive transformative technology. We have robotics. We have clean energy. We have smart city, blockchain, 3D printing, and so on and so forth. If any research you are doing or you are conducting any research and you are not using any of these, then I will advise you that you are not doing the right thing. Again, all our students that are here today, if you are here in school, na scam and the rest, or anything like that, you must definitely know that all these things, they are seriously missing. And that's why you are saying school na scam. If anybody says that, just look at him or her and say, may your soul rest in peace. To the Muslim, you should say, Inna lillahi Why you know Look at anybody that says school na scam, then ask him or her about this. You will see him having no idea. So please take note, AI, big data, and rest. And that list of emerging technologies, they are governed by 5 things, or they show this thing. Number 1, uncertainty. Number 2, interdisciplinary. You will see that lots of people, and then potential impact. As of today, we don't know what will be the impact. When Kodak developed the first digital photography machine, they never knew. They had no idea that it will send them out of jobs. Let me ask us, how many photographs, how many pictures have we taken today? Some of us will have posted nothing less than 20, 30, 10. Am I right? Some years ago, you only took picture when you need to apply for something on naming ceremony day, wedding day. Those are the 3 times you will always have opportunity in a year to take picture. But now, with emerging technologies, you can be taking picture per second. And some years ago, our mothers, they will lock television and take the key to the... Is that possible now? Again, but we don't know the impact of this. Some of us will say, I don't watch TV again, but you don't know that you consume infographics, video. The least person in this room today consume it for 6 hours a day. The least, if you are so mindful. How? 6 hours. How many minutes make a second? 60. Are you with me? Times 6. It means what? 360 minutes. Yes or no, mathematically? Just any status you watch now is 1 minute. Am I right? And then one person may post 10 or 2. You have spent 10 minutes on that person. And you have more than 100 friends. At the end of the day, when you enabled data analytics of your phone, you will see that minimally we spend 8 to 9 hours consuming content. For the only few among us may be consuming that for 6 hours. That now makes you to not be in full control of yourself because you are what you consume. That means all those infographics and less direct to potential impact. Next slide. So again, emerging technologies are no longer just tools. They have become lever of influence that move policy. Because of what you consume now, nobody needs to come and campaign to you that vote Lagbaja. Just put the content there. They are what? They have become levers of influence that move policy, security, trade, and public opinion faster than traditional diplomacy and faster than traditional innovation. So that now leads us back to one thing. Whoever's control technology or look at the way I fashion it, control of technology equates to what? Global power. We have talked about how many revolutions now? 4. The first one has to do with mechanical revolution. Yes or no? The steam engine. And that was when you started moving towards what? British. And that was when Britain was controlling the world. Don't forget I said whoever controls what? Technology. Controls any engine then. You import it from what? Britain. Not those Lister engines. Yes or no? To the digital migrant. Evolution. You can see first industrial revolution was controlled by Britain because they controlled the what? Technology. And then the second industrial revolution was about what? Electronics. Yes or no? I said what? Electromechanical. And that was when Britain was going into decline because they allowed mechanical devices to be phased out. And you started hearing about USA, Germany. And that was when you started hearing about that German machine. Mercedes 230 or so. They will say, what? 200. Shagarita, there's, this one na Ford, na German machine. No. Yes or no? Because you can see. And that was when Germany came to limelight. Don't forget, whoever controls what? Technology. Whoever controls what? Engineering controls the whole world. So why am I saying this? It's not just for you to learn engineering. It's just not for you to acquire technology. We need to control it in order to control the world. The third industrial revolution, don't forget I said it was about what? ICT. That was when United States came and became the what? Big brother of the world. And started hearing, we are the world. Because, and you started hearing about Japan producing ICs and the rest. And then Europe became, Western Europe, became what? Strong player. And now, the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is no longer about controlling of the machine, yes or no? Not about the IC and the rest. But now, you will see that China is now coming to life. Why? Because they are now controlling the ship where you run all your code. Next one. And that's why the new machine of power, we call it CCC. C what? C. And that means code, compute, and connectivity. That is software, the algorithm you write. Whoever controls algorithm now controls the world. Whoever controls the ship, microchip, controls the world. The AI model cannot stand on its own except on a what? Microchip. And then connectivity. 5G. Hello? May you never be tested. May you never be tested. May you never be tested. If you are praying and you touch your pocket and your phone is not there, what comes to your mind? Eh? Will you continue to pray? Hello? Will you continue to pray? You are already speaking in tongue and your hand touch your pocket and the phone is not by the left hand side. You touch the right hand side. What happens? To the Muslims, what? Salam alaikum, salam alaikum. Am I right? Again, next one. So it's no longer about, it's now about coding as power. Code as power. Whoever writes that code for social media can sway election, can sway protest, and can sway public what? Opinion. Especially, examples include TikTok, Twitter, and that. Some years ago, for you to counter any news, you need to wait for 24 hours. Now, if you wait for 24 hours, the company is already gone. Next, code as power. Algorithm, compute as power. Compute as power. That is the computer, the microchip, the AI as power. AI is now power. It's not just I want to write code. It's not just I want to develop AI. It's about global dominance. Next one. And then connectivity. Whoever provides connectivity will rule the world. And that's why we have lots of examples, the cyber attacks and this. And now, within, next slide, just some, that now means that sovereignty is no longer about your physical boundary only. Once I control your space, I control your connectivity and the rest. Around June 13 to June 24 this year, we all witnessed Israel-Iran war. And you will see that it was just about AI in action. And imagine what? Technologies. And what is happening in Russia and Ukraine is about what? Emerging technologies. It's no longer about your anti-tank and the rest. It's about what? The power you have in your C, C, and C. And those three C's are controlled by which faculty? Faculty of what? So we have the right. We are the one that should control the world. And that's why this conference is so much important for us. And that's why we need to lay this background. Next one. So engineering can no longer thrive on theory alone. And it's about real-world solution. And I'm happy that emerging technologies have now led to another crisis, another problem. And we call it techno-feudalism. Techno what? Techno-feudalism. Techno-feudalism is just what we call about A system where powerful technology, tech corporation control digital platform. How many people do we have on Twitter now? Let's say about 2 billion, 3 billion, and it's just being controlled. That is 3 billion people in this world. They are being controlled by what? By one company. You cannot reach out to other subscribers on TikTok without passing through the organization. So what we learned then during the first industrial revolution was that the factors of production, land, labor, and capital, and entrepreneurship. And then land means wealth, yes or no? Now it's not about land only. And then lots, that is the power you have, and then the peasant, they depend on that. That's what feudalism. But now, with the emergence of emerging technology under the fourth industrial revolution, we now have what we call techno-feudalism, where data and platforms now are now the wealth. The data and the platforms are now the wealth, and the tech giants now, they now control enormous what? Power. That means they can decide who is going to win your next election. And that means that users like you and me, we are depending on them. And what are the critical features there? Number one, we now have what is called digital lots. Digital lots, that is the big tech. We have data as rent. That is, users' data is extracted, and they can be sold or sold, and then dependence, you and me, our business, are solely depending on them. And now, we now talk about monopoly of power. Assuming the submarine cable supplying Africa is cut, what happens to the whole of Africa? We are what? And then, during June 13 and 24, the GPS coordinate for Iran was removed, and it had to rely on China. So, lots, techno-feudalism. What is now the solution? Please, next slide. The solution lies in what we call Acado what? Acado what? Acadopreneurship is just portmanteau, that is joining of academia and entrepreneurship. That is, how do we turn academic tools, academic ideas, and research output into business and startup ventures, so that we start to control the what? The C and the C and the C. Who can remind us the full meaning of that CCC? C, code, compute, and connectivity. If you just come and we just teach you how to code, we are still not there. Just teaching you how to use your computer, we are still not there until we turn it into startup, so that we have our data here. Don't forget, data is the new oil. Next slide. And acadopreneurship is not just turning academic ideas into knowledge, but it means turning knowledge, research into product, into services, and into enterprises, and must be powered by locally available technology, and it must be sustainable solution. When you say sustainable, we all understand, and it must benefit both the society and the economy. Next one, please. And that now means we need to understand what is it all about. And then, it's not the margin, it's not just only about merging two words. It's about shift in the way we teach, in the way we learn, and in the way we conduct our research. And that now means we must now be turning knowledge into enterprise, because academia is about three things. It's about what? Three things. Number one, knowledge generation. Number two, knowledge application. And then number three, knowledge dissemination. What we are doing now, and when we go to our classes and this is about knowledge dissemination. But we need to generate knowledge, and we need to apply knowledge. So when we start turning knowledge into enterprise, then we are talking about knowledge what? Application. And then bridging theory with practice. And we need to move from didactic note to what is called experiential problem-solving approach. Next one. And then And we must link whatever research grant we have to market. It's not just about winning the research grant. You must have viable what? Products. How old is this university? How old? Let's say 1990. Let's just assume. 1990 to today is what? 35 years. Let's just assume 35 years. How many companies have we bought from this university? On yearly basis, we graduate like, let's just say, we celebrate nothing about graduating nothing less than, let's say minimally 2,000. Am I right? Out of that 2,000 every year, how many have we nurtured? That is 2,000 final year projects, 2,000 likely businesses. But how many have we realized? Just 35 years, let's just say out of those 2,000 graduating every year, we were able to achieve just 2. 2 times 35 will have given us what? 70 companies. 70 companies in tech, just let's say engineering only. You can now see how we can control the coding, the computing, and the connectivity. But if we just continue to graduate students, and what we just say, I've graduated 30 PhD, I've graduated 80 masters, is just figure. And we need to move from that, and we need to link them to market. And then empowering our students and staff by assisting them to turn their final year project into what is called startup companies. To me, where I stand, it is illegal for any lecturer to detect notes in this what? Century. It is illegal. And it is flawed in all ramifications. Because that note that you want to dictate, just snap it and share it. Yes or no? So why do you have to dictate note? If not, you are practicing advanced fraud. You have nothing to offer the students, and the only thing you can do is to steal their time. You now start dictating notes. Again, that now means it will even be illegal to just ask them, go and bring your chapter 1 to 3. Have you sit down with them to discuss the problem you are trying to solve? And please, let's move on. So, empowering students and driving sustainability. What are the core pillars of acadopreneurship? Number 1, sustainability. Number 2, let's move on. And then, Rose, because under acadopreneurship, with emerging technologies, now, with 3D printing, you can print a prototype of that final year project without having any mold. Some years ago, you need a mold in order to fabricate anything. But now, no longer. With emerging technology, prototyping becomes faster, scaling innovation becomes faster, and commercialization becomes excellent. And then, hello, I'm not so familiar with Abuja. I'm very familiar with Ibadan. We have some big markets at Ibadan. But I've been to 3 or 4 shops there. I've been looking for Play Store shop at Ibadan. I couldn't get it. Do they have any shops in Abuja? Play Store? No. Where is their shop? Online. That is, they don't have to pay rent. They don't have to sign any 1-year agreement with anybody. Yes or no? That is, process of commercialization and startup becomes what? Easier. And you can market your product easily on your platforms. So again, commercializing academic research into sustainable solution becomes what? Easier with the emerging technology. Next slide, please. And that now brings us to understanding what acadopreneurship. I will be very fast here. And the first thing is that we need to have the right mindset. And the right mindset starts from me, the lecturer. And that means that instead of relying on traditional approach of learning, of teaching, of conducting research, I need to move. We cannot continue to teach our students the same way we were taught yesterday, if we are really preparing them for tomorrow. That approach that was used for us was to prepare us for today. Now, if we are preparing them for tomorrow, we must change in our what? Approach. So that is, we need to have, next slide please, we need to move and have these 10 skills as lecturers and as students. Number one, creative thinking. All of us have access to AI now, but the way you use your own AI and the way I own my has to do with my creativity. Hello? Some years ago, it was only lecturers that were the custodian of knowledge, and they come to class, cover the book that the lecturer is using, yes or no? But now, with emerging technology, you don't need the lecturer's note, yes or no? But again, what you do with that knowledge has to do with your creative thinking. Number two, again, for you to think that learning is just for a particular course, or you are just teaching them and you are not linking it to the real life. It's not about active learning with a growth mindset. And now, we need to move from just teaching the y, the x. If x plus 2 is equal to 5, what is x? Didactic learning. No! We need to now put emotional intelligence into the way we teach, into the way we learn, into how we prepare our students. It's not just about the IQ, it's about EQ. And then we need to be teaching with all our DY, DX, and be asking diversity and cultural intelligence, and they must master the whole CCC. Next one, 6 to 10. And then decision making. Don't just ask them, define this. Put a scenario, problem-based. Number 7, branding and packaging. When we conduct our final year project, don't just allow them to just package it anyhow. Let them package it very well. Communication. Don't just wait till final year before you teach your students how to communicate, how to present. And negotiation with financial literacy. Financial literacy. You may be literate in how to read and write and still be financially illiterate. We have a lot of financial illiterate people in Nigeria. That's why MMM came, and also other ones, because we have a lot of what? Financial illiterates. Are you financially literate? Ask yourself. Next one. So again, we need to learn how to collaborate and adapt technologically. So that now leads us to surviving. Next one, academpreneurship as a sustainable mindset is what we just need to. Next one, please. And how do we do that? It's not just about applying emerging technologies now. It's about having that emerging technology to be core of our teaching, to be core of our research, and to be core of how we provide solution. And whenever we need to do anything in the department, in the college, in the university, we need to be applying some of this technology. Students now have access to those technologies, but we lecturers, we must also equip ourselves. Next slide. And that now leads us to the role of universities, and to the role of faculty. And at this point, I want our faculty people to really pay attention. Next one, because university is not just about teaching. And I want to present this model. Again, we have all agreed that whoever controls the technology controls the what? Do you agree with me? Let me share a story with you. 45 years ago, a country, they had a vision that they want to control the technology of the world. And they established 6 federal universities of technology. 1 at Akure, 1 at Owerri, 1 at Minna, 1 at Yola, another one at Bauchi, and another one at Makurdi. 40 years ago. Because it was a dream, it was a vision that that country want to control the technology. But I need to ask you, what has happened to those universities of technology? Next slide. So, Let me just quickly give us an overview. Let's take one. Makurdi was established and to specialize in agriculture and agricultural related because of what we call food security. Now we are talking about energy. For your code, for your compute, and for your connectivity to work, they need what? Power, energy. Am I right? Federal University of Technology, Minno, was established at the center of 4 hydropower generating stations. Shiroro, Kanji, Jeba, Gurara. Zungeru. What do you think should be the focus of such a university? Hello? Energy, power. I need to ask those who have worked there, like our dean, do you have Department of Energy there? Again, you all understand. Yola, Bauchi was for water and dry farming and the rest. Again, what has happened? So the first thing is that we need to have a compelling vision for inclusive integration of emerging what? Technologies. And we can even start that at our faculty. We need to revisit our vision as a faculty. And we need to revisit our vision as a department. Don't forget, it's about what? C. Whoever controls technology controls what? Power. Next one, compelling vision. Next one, number 2, is about leadership and culture. When you change the vision of your college, of your faculty, of your department, then you must have leadership and good institutional culture. It's not just that Professor Hay has been on that post, is the oldest professor in the department. So he must be appointed the head of department. We need to look at how we'll institutionalize our culture and select our leaders if we really want to achieve those CCC. Number 3, we need to reskill our faculties, faculty members, and we need to revamp our curricula. Again, it's not just about finding X. It's about what is the meaning of that X, and it's about problem solving. Hello? Let me share one with you. Some years ago, just give students assignment first day of resumption, especially in secondary or primary school, how I spent my last. When you give any student that assignment now, you are not marking the student, you are marking what? AI. Just say go and bring chapter 1 to 3. The student will react to like, when, sir? Can I bring it today? Because he knows that in the next 5 minutes, AI will generate it. Again, we need to revamp. And luckily, NUC came up with what? CC mass ideology. And they say that each university should go and generate 30% of the content. What have you used your own 30% to generate? Is it not to repeat the same thing? I'm going to show you how we have used our 30% to focus at Summit University on that CCC. Don't forget, compute, control, and what? Compute, code, compute, and connectivity. Next one, CC mass framework. As a faculty, let's revisit that. Number 4, we need to expand our digital infrastructure. Don't let anybody ask you, oh, the poor. No. Poverty is not only about financial. We have poverty of idea. We have poverty of culture. We have poverty of religion. We have poverty of knowledge. And we have 2 types of people, certificated illiterate and uncertificated illiterate. We have a lot of certificated illiterate because they have passed through the university and they have been certificated that they have this Pali or certificate, but they are still illiterate in their what? Thinking. So we need to expand our infrastructure and make it available under what we call open learning and the rest. Next one, number 5, is about strengthening industry-university linkage through academpreneurship. If we need to reskill our faculty members, it's not at their home peril. As of today, I can tell you authoritatively, no salary of any professor can buy a return ticket from Abuja to Lagos. No professor can, your salary can only buy you one ticket. One-way ticket, not a return for a full professor. And now that's why when professors now attend conferences and they'll be looking for one auntie uncle to pass the night with. So we need to revamp and relook and think that it's about academpreneurship, linking academic with what? Industry. And then reskilling them may involve 2 types. IIP, can you take it note? IIP and AIP, Industry Immersion Program. Industry Immersion Program for the lecturers, and also the faculty, the industry people must come, and we call it Academic Immersion Program. It must be symbiotic relationship, not one way. It's not just about us going to them. Those in the industry must also spare their time, and we must make the environment comfortable for them. I'm sure someone like Engineer Lados will be ready to help you take some mathematics courses and rest. FOC. But are we making the environment to be comfortable? And are we not just bragging about how many certificates we have as a professor? When I was in Harvard in 1994, when I was conducting experiment with about Newton, that's what we'll be telling them. Don't forget the industry. They are not interested in the number of papers, but on return of what? Investment. If they are going to invest 1 hour in your department, what are you bringing to them in return? It's not just one way. It's not just come and fund our event and the rest. What are you bringing? Have you sent a delegate or delegation from your school to go and spend 3 days to understand their problems and see how you can make that one to be final year project? When a professor keep on generating research topic every year, new topics, something is fundamentally wrong. There must be continuity and so again, when you go to an industry, you don't just go, we will solve all your problem in 1 year. You have a 3-year plan for that what? Company. So IIP simply means Industry Immersion Program for lecturers and students. Only students have been going on what we call IT. And whatever knowledge they bring back, we, the lecturer, will kill it through our toga of arrogance of knowledge, because we have not been opportune to see what they have. Again, we also have to be there. And that's why we need 2 types of immersion. Industry Immersion Program for students, IIP for X, and IIP for head. Industry Immersion Program for lecturers. When we have that, we must also have what is called Academic Immersion Program, AIP, where industry experts will visit us in the university, deliver lecture, share ideas, tell us about their company, and let us now see how we can assist. Number 6, the last one is about, next one. And then, okay, just we must democratize what is called grantmanship. We must democratize grantmanship. When you say students should start looking at startup and the rest, who is going to fund that? Even ordinary CAC registration, they don't have the fund. But again, with knowledge of grantmanship, I'm happy the LOC share Professor Dagwa is highly connected to a lot of funding agencies. Me and him, we have traveled so many times out of Nigeria about Royal Academy of Engineering, and he has attracted a lot of grants. But again, it's not just about us attracting it to ourselves. How have we benefited our what? Communities. What is the impact of it on our department? Again, when we say students should be looking at startup companies, who is going to pick the bill? But with grants, once we democratize grantmanship, we are going to see a lot of impact. And lastly, number 6, is what we call innovation governance, institutionalizing innovation governance. It's not just about to throw it anyhow. We must have our policy document. Lastly, the last part of the talk is just the key takeaways there is that transforming our university must involve fostering inclusion, innovation, industry partnership, and strong leadership with integrating emerging technologies, reskilling our faculties, and institutionalizing governance for sustainable national impact and global dominance. The last part is, let me just now share practical examples with you so that it will not be just talk. You start, I'm speaking from experience. And now it's about experiential learning. You don't just go to class and be teaching energy generation and energy distribution. That's what is energy then. No, give them tasks. Go through your street. So you go and take a picture of those poles and there while you're waiting the apple in your street. Write them down. AI can never help you to do that. So it's about experiential teaching. So let's now look at practical steps. Next one. In 2022, I mentioned to you that NUC introduced the CC-MAS, and we felt that one thing we have observed in our graduates, most graduates in Nigeria, is that they have the certificates, but they are still certificated illiterates. Are we producing what is called industry-fitted graduates? That company, we no longer we employ them and they don't have to train them. We all understand what we mean by industry-fitted AC. Abibeko, or it's not like that in our cars. That AC now what? Industry-fitted, meaning what? Very good. We wanted to be graduating what is called industry-fitted graduates, or what we call community-ready graduates. And we now involve that. Okay, what are the, I've mentioned to us 10 important skills. So we now felt that, okay, we can introduce those skills as part of our curriculum under the 30% by NUC given to us. So next slide. And we now introduce about 7 important courses. Hello? I talk about financial literacy, yes or no? Some of our digital migrants here, the NOE is English that we read. The story we were fed up, the story we were taught with as of that time was about fraud. Ali and the angel. Ali and the 40 thieves. Tea without sugar. Am I right? Tortoise and the Conway, 419. And you are saying we are now producing enough 419. No. The educational policy as at that time had been streamlined, fed with all these fraudulent stories. And what comes out of it is the impact after 40 years. And that's why we have a lot of 419 hands here. That is, we need to now start producing what we call financial literate community. So financial literacy was the first thing we understand. Because once someone is financially literate, he or she will not play MMM. He or she will not play the other one that crashed about last year. Again, CBEX. So we introduced what is called financial literacy as a course, and we made it to be compulsory, GNS, because it's about democratization. That one will now teach us about ethical wealth creation and economic what? Empowerment. Because you will know that in a game of probability can never be 1, must always be less than 1. And don't forget, whoever writes the algorithm controls it. And then CBEX, MMM is about what? Algorithm. It's about coding, yes or no? So there's no way I can code, and I will now put the probability to be against me. Can you do that too? So financial literacy, we introduce it as a course that everybody in the university must take that. We also introduce a course, clean and renewable energy. When I say irrespective of your course of study, irrespective of your program, you must take clean and renewable energy. Because if you don't know how to generate, if you don't appreciate generation, you will not be mindful of how to switch off your light when you are out of the office. And you will also continue to abuse people. Aso Rock, last year or early this year, talk about clean energy for Aso Rock. Am I right? If you don't understand that what they are doing is about the fourth emerging what? Technology. You two will just be blaming them. If at this stage you are not generating energy for yourself in your house, something is fundamentally wrong with you. So you need to understand it, and we introduce it. And number 3, we introduce a course, family and leadership what? Skill. Because what you don't have, you cannot get. So why are we having a lot of divorce rates and the rest? Because we have stopped to actually institutionalize family skill. So we introduce that so that we will stop blaming our leaders, and we know that the leaders are the reflection of the followers. So because whoever is leading was once a follower, and then what he has come to implement was what he has learned when he was what? A follower. So it's not just about leadership, it's about what? Followership. And that followership means a lot, because today's leader was once a what? A follower. So again, it's about ethical and strong societal foundation. And we also introduce what is called acadopreneurship, so that you start learning. When you come to take chemistry as a course, it's not just about what is the result of mixing acid plus base. No, talk from experiential point of view and problem-solving skill. And the 5th course we introduce is AI and ICT, irrespective of your course. Just like computer appreciation was introduced to us 30 years ago. We introduced AI as a course now in my university. And then history, heritage, and storytelling. Again, with the plethora of social media platform, you have the opportunity to tell your what? Story. But if you don't know what to tell, if you don't know what to say, you will only be consuming wrong what? Information. So we need to teach our graduates how to tell their what? Stories. And that's why we introduce it as a course, storytelling skill. It's no longer about I'm an introvert. No. Hello? 40 years ago in Yoruba land, when a nursing mother or a lady just got married and get pregnant, you say, don't tell anybody. Oh. Don't tell anybody. Oh. Or even when she is going for delivery, they will not announce, she is going to, am I right? But is it like that now? No. You will see someone taking baby shower 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, yes or no, 4 months. Now, there is a proverb in Yoruba land that you don't announce your own success. Now, it's not like that. Even before you have that success, you start announcing it. Like a kid, we want to plant yam now. You now put it, saving the world from hunger and planting a yam. When some years ago, you may even have a nectar of yam, you will never what? Announce it. But now, you need to tell your story. And storytelling is a skill. And again, when you need to ask questions now, it's not just define acado what? Preneurship. It's to put it as a story and ask them to write about it. It's not just about divination. So storytelling is a skill. And again, because we are a faith-based university, we also introduce what we call Islam and global citizenship. Because of that connectivity, some years ago, it was always go inside. And once your child is inside, you are okay. Am I right? And our mommy, as of that time, what she parented us with offline parenting. Offline what? Parenting. Inside. And you can go and sleep. My child is what? Saved. No. Parenting now is now both online and offline. We call it dual what? Parenting. You must parent online. You must parent what? Offline. All the friends that your daughter or son, all his own friends, you too must make them your own what? Friends. So we used to talk about dual personalities. Yes or no? There's nothing like dual personalities now. We call it multiple personalities. Because that guy may be a saint on Facebook, maybe another thing on Twitter, maybe another thing on TikTok. And that's why parenting now must be online and offline. And personality disorder is no longer about no, it's now multiple person. Again, that now means that global citizenship, and that's why we call them net citizen now. It's not just about you. And again, they must be culturally literate. So those 7 skills were introduced. And let's see the result of what we introduced. And then, as I've said, we democratize grantmanship. And yes. So, and after that, we started taking in a lot of grants. Because our students also now know how to write proposal for fundable grants. They have been winning it for their study abroad, for their startup business, for their ideas. Grants is different from loan. Grants means that just use it for what is meant to be used for. It's not a thing that you are going to be repaid. And then next slide, and then you can see. Also, under that, we also introduce what we call key terminologies. Nowadays, it's about emerging technology. About 5 areas are very, very germane in the last 2-3 years. Number 1, gender. You all agree with me? People have been talking about gender. Yes or no? Yes. People have been talking about food security. Yes or no? And then people have been talking about climate. Yes or no? And then about AI and this. So any title along that line, you will see international funding. Look at our grant, artificial intelligence for female in what? STEM. You can see addressing some SDGs there. And then artificial intelligence for women in what? Aquaculture. And then men for gender what? Equality. And the last one, democratization of environmental literacy. Again, it's about democratizing grantmanship. Lastly, and which is summarily, for us to move as a university, for us to move as a faculty of engineering, we need to move to project-based learning, problem-based learning. We need to build innovation ecosystem. We need to strengthen grantmanship and enable incubation hub in our college, in our faculty, in our department. Lastly, which is just a summary, I want to leave you with this picture on your screen. I want us to look at that man. That man requires like how many ladders to look at the other side of the world? Maximum 2, but 1. 1 should be what? Enough. But that man is not using his available what? Sources. And who is that man? Who is that man? I have shown you Nigeria 45 years ago. We established 6 universities of what? Technologies. And those universities of technology, what have become of them? That man represents what? Nigeria. I've talked about University of Abuja, that is Yakubu Gowon University, that has been in existence for over 30 years, graduating minimally on annual basis, let's say 2,000. 2,000 times 30, that is 60,000 graduates for the last 30 years. And that same university has now produced 60 companies that is owned by the university. So that man represents university. And then that man also represents our college or faculty. We have been graduating students from our faculty. We have Department of Mechanical, Department of Electrical Engineering, Department of Laws, Department of Agriculture. But what have we turned our graduate or final year project to be? Just go and publish that, am I right? And submit 6 copies. So we have enormous what? Resources. That man also represents me and you. Because we have a lot of resources available to us, but we are not harnessing those resources. So the message I really want to leave you with is that it doesn't matter how many resources you have. Students, it doesn't what? Matter how many what? Resources you have. You have your friends, you have your family, and you are still complaining. School now, scam. Someone has admitted you to a university of this. Someone is sponsoring you from home. And you are still shouting that. It doesn't matter how many resources you have. If you don't know how to use them, it will never be enough. That is the message. And that's no amount of courses and rest. If you don't know how to use the little you have learned, it will never be enough. And that's a call to action. And in conclusion, I say academpreneurship powered by emerging technologies is the pathway to sustainable engineering innovation. And by merging academic knowledge with entrepreneurial practice, universities can shift from theory to impactful solutions. Though challenges like funding may come in, but with grantmanship and the rest, and resistance to change from our colleagues, but there are a lot of solutions that we can. So to future-proof engineering education, we must embrace academpreneurship, equipping students with skills and creativity to become engine of innovations for society. And on this note, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizer for putting together this incredible event. And special thanks to Biliki Solawi, the person who prepared these engaging slides. To me, I don't prepare slides. I have a lot of students, lot of mentees, and their job is to do that. And I don't apply for any grant less than, because I don't love money so much. If the amount is not up to 200 million, it will not entice me to apply. So anything lesser than that, my students and my mentees, they do that. Again, special thanks to them. And I'm truly grateful to the attentive listeners whose presence, and this includes my mother who is here, my fathers, my lecturers, my mentors, my colleagues. I'm very, very grateful. Lastly, I extend my appreciation to all enthusiastic participants who have actively contributed to this discussion. Your support and involvement have made this event a sounding success. Thank you all, and God bless you.
You can have your seat. That is a vintage Professor Albino for you. That's him live today. We are very grateful for this very detailed lecture that we've had. We are making a slight amendment to our program due to the time constraint. We are going to quickly take the presentation of the lead paper, and our prof, the former Director General of Energy Commission of Nigeria, Professor Eli Jidere Bara, is already up, and we are going to have his citation right now. So, Dr. Blessing Ekwe, HOD of Chemical Engineering Department, is going to read the citation of Professor Eli Jidere Bara before he presents his paper.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Baba? No. Can I have your attention, please? You need to stand here. Yeah, you need to stand here. Thank you very much. Yeah. I have before you, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Eli Jidere Bala. Professor Eli Jidere Bala was born on 19th of September 1954 at Gelengu in the then northeastern Nigeria, presently in Balanga local government area of Gombe State. Professor Bala is a 1977 graduate of mechanical engineering from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Please, another round of applause. It's not easy. He had a Master of Engineering degree in 1980 from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and a Doctor of Philosophy from Cranfield Institute of Technology, United Kingdom, in 1985. He started his academic career as a graduate assistant in 1978 at College of Science and Technology in the Port Harcourt as a teacher in its mechanical engineering diploma program. He then served as head of Department of Mechanical Engineering, not head of state, of Mechanical Engineering in Ahmadu Bello University from 1991 to 2006. He was appointed and also served as rector, Bauchi State Polytechnic, between the year 1993 to 1997. Also, the Deputy Director, Energy Planning and Analysis, Energy Commission of Nigeria, 1999 to 2003. He was also appointed the Director, Renewable Energy Department in Energy Commission of Nigeria, and also the DG/CEO of Energy Commission of Nigeria between the year 2013 and 2023. As an astute scholar, Professor Eli Jidere Bala published several papers in the area of applied energy and related fields, and has attended several local and international conferences in the area of energy and related fields. Professor Bala is a registered engineer with COREN, Council of Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, and a fellow of the following professional associations. 1, fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow Nigerian Academy of Engineering, fellow Association of Energy Economics, fellow Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers, fellow Solar Energy Society of Nigeria, fellow Institute of Management Consultants. Professor Eli Jidere Bala is retired from tenured service, but definitely not tired. And currently, he now serves as adjunct professor in University of Abuja, and also oversees the Petroleum and Energy Resources Department at African University of Science and Technology in Abuja. Professor Bala is happily married to Barrister Linda Rose Bala, and they are blessed with beautiful 2 children. Ladies and gentlemen, I present before you Professor Eli Bala. Please, another resounding ovation.
Thank you, Ma. The chairman of this occasion, the acting vice chancellor, Professor Matthew Adamu, the dean, faculty of engineering, our guest speaker, distinguished professors present here, senior engineers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have a presentation titled Energy and Power in Sustainable Engineering Innovation in Nigeria. As you heard my CV, I was born, well, my generation are referred to as the baby boomers. The last presenter, the keynote speaker, Gen X or Gen X, more or less a Gen X. And certainly, he made a very enriching presentation, particularly in a university setting. And the first takeaway I have is really from his presentation is that the university system needs to train and retrain and retrain its lecturers. We need a lot of retraining so that the mode of presentation, the atmosphere within the system will really differ and will pursue the direction that the guest speaker has presented. And I find out that it's the same thing that is happening in most of the private universities, happening in the private universities. And of course, the CC Mass, I think, is also in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Guest Speaker. Now, I feel honored to be invited as a guest speaker during this maiden edition of the Abuja International Energy Conference, organized by the Faculty of Engineering of this great university, Yakubu Gowon University, Abuja. I thank the organizers of this for this honor and commend the faculty for this initiative under the leadership of the Dean. I gather that the theme of this conference is innovation. May I commence by a simple overview of the three key words in the theme. Engineering may be expressed as the act of working scientifically to bring about something. That something brought about, which may be new method, a new idea, or a new physical product, is referred to as innovation. While sustainability literally refers to the ability to be maintained on or to be upheld over time, things to be sustained need to be desirable, acceptable, rather than detrimental to society. I think this was mentioned by our guest speaker. It can now be seen that the choice and wordings of the theme of this conference was carefully engineered by the organizers to fit into the renewed hope agenda of the federal government. A hope for a prosperous Nigeria through sustainable innovations that will grow the economy, create jobs, and better the quality of living of the citizenry over time. It is a fact that a prosperous economy is a productive economy, while a sustained productive economy is an innovative one. We had a report by a journalist, and we may recall that report, in which the well-acclaimed economist and the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, our auntie, our mommy, was reported to have indicated that the Nigerian economy has now been stabilized and that what is needed next is growth. The stability is reference to inflation and exchange rate. However, economies worldwide are known to grow mainly when there is targeted supply of adequate and reliable, accessible and affordable, as well as environmentally acceptable energy and power into the economy. I would like the projector to please move the slides to the tail end. Move the slides to the tail end. Keep on going to the tail end, where there are figures and tables. Just keep on going. Keep going. Just keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Next one. Yeah. Here you can see this is a figure taken from a report of IEA, International Energy Agency, where it shows the relationship between the gross domestic product per capita and the energy supply per capita for various countries. Of course, you know, the GDP is an index of the wealth and prosperity of a nation, and the energy consumption or energy supply per capita within the economy. And more or less a linear relationship. So if we are to grow to a bigger economy, really we need adequate supply of energy within the economy. Indeed, energy is required to power our internet and communication networks and systems. We heard from our key note speaker, we need data, we need the internet, we need also connectivity. All these are dependent on energy. Now, a lot of companies do connect or are known for data storage. And this data storage needs a lot of energy. And therefore, energy demand now is increasing worldwide because of enhanced connectivity and data storage. So we need energy for communications, internet communications network, transportation systems, healthcare systems, education, what are in teaching and research. Certainly without energy, very little can be done. Security infrastructure, agriculture, and in our industry. It is in this light that I will proceed to briefly highlight the Nigerian energy sector, its challenges and suggestions going forward. And in the slides, I have the general energy resources that are available worldwide. We have the fossil energy resources, the atomic or nuclear energy sources, renewable energy sources, and then the electrochemical energy sources. I will not go through. These are the basic four. When you get the presentation, I think you can go through because I've been given 30 minutes only. But I would like to emphasize the renewable energy sources, of which we heard that no discussions now about energy will be meaningful without clean discussions on clean and renewable energy resources. And these are energy sources that get regenerated and replenished within reasonably short time through natural process. For example, you have the wind, solar, hydropower, biomass, geothermal, etc. And this source of energy has the least negative environmental and global warming effect. Of course, if you took, for instance, a gram of petroleum energy resource, like crude oil or natural gas, once it is taken out of the ground and burnt, it's gone. Because that 1 gram took about 100 and millions of years to be formed. So for generation to come, it's more or less a gone energy resource. Then the other ones is the electrochemical energy sources, and these are sources that transform chemical energy directly into electricity. I think it's very common now, and it's fashionable and in line with energy transition plans. Don't move until I tell you to move this slide, please. Like the fuel cells, the lithium batteries that we are now using in our solar energy systems. I also discussed energy and environment, climate change, and sustainability. I gave a historical perspective to climate change, and then sustainable development as defined by the Brundtland Report in 1987. Then the Millennium Development Goals, sustainable energy for all, sustainable development goals, and the Paris Agreement. I would like to look at the definition or the explanation for the clean, sustainable development, which came up in 1983 through the Brundtland Commission, led by the Prime Minister of Norway. And that commission was known as the World Commission on Environment and Development, where the commission, in its report, known as Our Common Future, defines the issue of sustainable development, because the issue of energy and environment became an issue. And that report defines sustainable development as an approach to economic growth and human development that aims to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. It's evident now that for the CCCs to be operational, we indeed need huge amount of energy. And where does this energy come from? It has to come from sustainable energy sources. And that's the idea about this new definition of sustainable development that links the present and the future generation. Now, in Nigeria, fortunately, we have huge amount of resources. If you go to table 1, I don't think you can see it from here. Table 1 presents to you the table 1A, which is crude oil resources. You can see I've given the data from, no, that's there. I've given you data from 2013 to 2023. Our reserves, crude oil reserves, had remained fairly constant, about 37 billion barrels of oil, and with a production capacity of about 1.5 million barrels per day. And if you do a simple mathematics, you find out that the reserve to production ratio is about 70 years. So it means that our oil resources, our crude oil resources, may just last about 70 years, assuming business as usual. We have gas reserves of about 210 trillion standard cubic feet, with production of about 2.5. These are 2023 figures I'm giving. Now, this will also give us a reserve to production ratio of about 84 years, assuming 100 years. So, all things being equal, if the production remains the same, our gas reserves would last for about 100 years. And where do you go from there? Of course, more findings are being made. The core reserves we have is about 2.7 billion tons, and we have tar sands, about 31 billion barrels of oil equivalent. If we took electricity as an energy resource, though it's derived, we have a grid installed capacity of about 13 gigawatts, of which about 85% is generated from fossil fuels, which is non-sustainable energy source, and 15% from renewable, mainly the hydropower, and which are around the North Central region, which the guest speaker spoke of University of Ilorin, that should have a big department of or faculty of energy. I would like to state here that I know though I've left Energy Commission, I know Energy Commission has an energy research center based in University of Ilorin, which centers on research on hydropower. Renewable energy resources, we have quite a reasonable amount, about 27.5 gigawatts, We have solar energy ranging from 3.5 to 7 kilowatt hour per meter squared per day. And wind speeds moderate, 2 to 4 meters at 10 meter height. We have good resources, forest resources for biomass, and land area for growing biomass. Now, I would like us to look at the institutional framework in the Nigerian energy sector. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. No, this not. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, that's that. Well, in Nigeria, you can see that we have various ministries, departments, and agencies that are involved in energy development, in the energy industry in the country. You have Ministry of Power, you have Ministry of Petroleum Resources, you have Ministry of Science and Technology, under which Energy Commission falls. You have Ministry of Environment, because you can't discuss energy without environment, and many others. Now, this makes the administration of the sector very complex and not well coordinated in this country. And to my mind is one of the reasons why we are not really delivering as needful in this country. We are not delivering the energy that is needed in this country. So I've just given this to show the way the ministries, department, agencies, and government are deal with the energy resources that we have in this country, and to my mind makes it very difficult for the administration of the sector. I gave an example in table 3. The next table, then let's see the next. Yeah, I think in this, I think it's this table, where I gave the MDAs in various countries. In most cases, you discover it's 1 or 2 that are handling the energy industry in those countries, and makes it much easier dealing domestically, in fact, even with our foreign development partners. Now, I also discussed the political economy, policies, laws, and regulations in Nigeria. The political economy, of course, run the mixed economy. We have a federal system, a federal presidential system. And so our laws, our policies, laws, and regulations are geared in that direction. They are determined by the political economy that we have. And the political economy is private sector led. We have the Nigerian Agenda 2050, approved in 2023, which is a long-term economic transformation blueprint for Nigeria to address the developmental challenges and become the upper middle income country with average real GDP growth rate of 7% and the GDP of 11.3 trillion per capita by 2050. But then we should note that in 2023, our GDP growth rate was about 3.5, let's say 4%. And the GDP was about 400 billion US dollars, with a GDP per capita, let's say it's about 1.6, 1,600 US dollars per capita respectively. Inflation was about 27%. So for us to jump from 3.5 to about 7, which is doubling, and also a GDP of about 1 trillion from about 400 billion really needs a lot of energy supply within the economy. I then went ahead to state that we've had so many development agendas, apart from the 2050 now, it's a long one. We have previously had Vision 2010. We had the needs. In 2010 was in 1996. The needs was in 2004. Then we had Vision 2020 in 2006. the 7-point agenda in 2007, economic recovery and growth plan between 2017 to 2020. And all these, like the guest speaker stated, there is no continuity. No continuity on these policies. We also have the national energy policy that have been developed with the overall thrust of optimal utilization of the nation's energy resources in an environmentally sustainable manner for sustainable development with the active participation of the private sector. Because this word, active participation of the private sector, of course, is derived from the political economy that our politicians have dictated. And the objective of the policy is to guarantee increased contribution of energy activities to national income, to guarantee efficient and cost-effective consumption of pattern of energy resources, to promote indigenous participation in energy sector industries for stability and self-reliance, to promote investments and development of the energy sector industry with private sector, to promote and development in an adoption of sustainable low carbon, clean energy technologies to mitigate environmental pollution and climate change, to ensure comprehensive and up-to-date availability of energy sector data and information. Data has been always been a very useful thing in any study. Data. Now, we also have the Electricity Act of 2023, which emanated from the Nigerian Electricity, from the Electric Sector Power Reform Act of 2005. The Electric Sector Power Reform Act of 2005 was repealed and reenacted as the Electricity Act in 2023 in order to consolidate the laws relating to the electricity in Nigeria across the entire value chain. In particular, the Electricity Act 2023 allowed for the incorporation of licensed independent system operator out of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, the development and utilization of renewable energy, the establishment of the national hydroelectric power producing areas, the formation of national integrated electricity policy, and the protection of investments in the electric sector. It also allowed for the creation of the second-tier electricity market, with NEC retaining the power to regulate transnational and interstate markets. One of the major policies also is the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021, which harmonized several is about 28 petroleum laws and regulations and seeks to provide legal governance and regulatory and fiscal frameworks. And the objective of the Petroleum Industry Act is to create efficient and effective governing institutions, to establish a framework for the creation of commercially oriented and profitable driven national petroleum companies, to promote transparency, good governance and accountability, to foster business environment conducive for petroleum operations, and to deepen local contents in the oil and gas industry. We have various other policies. The National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Policy of 2015, the National Renewable Energy Action Plan of 2015, the National Biofuel Policy of 2007, Rural Electrification Strategy and Implementation Plan of 2016, that aims to increase electricity access to 90% by 2030 and then full access by 2040. We have the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission multi-year tariff order and many other regulations. We have the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act of 2023, because these are now covered by the energy resources of coal and bitumen and tar sands are covered under this Mineral Acts and Mining, Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act. We also have the Nigerian Energy Transition Plan of 2021, which aims at reducing Nigeria's greenhouse gas emissions by 20% unconditionally and by 47% conditionally, and then net zero by 2060. Well, from my experience and the data before me over these years, I made this proposition that the Nigerian energy sector has been bedeviled with inadequate and unreliable supply of final energy, mainly electricity, the automotive fuels, in spite of the huge energy resource endowment and human capacity within the country. We know we have four refineries owned by government, managed by now the NNPCL, with a refining capacity of about 445,000 barrels per day. However, we've not had any sufficient amount of petroleum products within the economy. This is provided, I've given the table with sufficient data between 2013 and 2023. We also have installed grid connecting generation capacity of about 13 gigawatts, which I mentioned earlier. However, only about half of that is available, and about a third gets to consumers, despite the commendable liberalization and privatization of the sector through the 2005 Electric Sector Power Reform Act and the 2023 Energy Act, Electricity Act. Appropriate cost-reflective pricing has always been the issue in the Similarly, electricity supply from the grid is mainly generated from natural gas, estimated at 45% of the total, while 15% is from hydropower. I did mention that. Industrial heating and captive power are mainly from fossil fuel based too, and it is similar for modern cooking and captive power in our homes. However, solar PV and electrochemical energy sources, particularly the deep cycle batteries, are gradually penetrating as captive power sources in our homes and communities. In Abuja now, I think many homes have solar panels on top of their roofs, backed by electrochemical systems, the batteries, lithium-ion batteries. It is worth noting that the 13 gigawatts of electricity is grossly inadequate for a country with a population of about 230 million, growing at about 2.4% per annum. And that has an aspiration to grow its GDP to about 1 trillion within the next decade at an average rate of 7%. A long-term energy demand studies carried out by the Energy Commission of Nigeria with the technical support of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, Planning Division, under various economic scenarios, demography, technology, and lifestyle, projected an electricity demand of about 100 gigawatts and fuel demand of about 100 million liters per day for PMS for a 7% GDP growth rate by 2030. I've given that, and is there provided in the table in the presentation. So I looked at what are the challenges in the Nigerian energy industry. The first I came out with is petroleum produced as from the early 1990s. I've indicated that in table 3 has been primarily for foreign exchange earning rather than for meeting the domestic energy needs of the country to grow our national development. This has had the effect of putting the cart before the horse. The resources, we need to make the resources available to meet the energy needs of the country, for the industries, for our transportation system, so that our GDP will grow rather than just not adding value. And priority is to earn dollars, sell the crude, earn dollars, bring it in, and that is poorly managed. The energy industry in Nigeria lacks synergy and coordination with many ministries and agencies involved in the administration of the sector from the government side. I've indicated that in one of the figures showing so many ministries, and therefore coordination of the energy sector. You can't generate electricity. You can either generate electricity from coal, which is managed by Ministry of Mines and the Ministry of Mines. You generate electricity from natural gas, which is managed by Ministry of Power and Ministry of Petroleum Resources. And there is, every minister feels, you know, the buck ends on his table. And so coordination to ensure that we have adequate electricity, it's not really provided under the present scenario that we have in the country. The industry is also perceived to be opaque, non-transparent, and exhibit low accountability. And we have low inadequate private investments into the sector. Of course, if it's non-transparent and opaque, very few investors would like to come in. And the insecurity of the energy infrastructure in the country. I went ahead to provide a way forward. The first is operationalization of our domestic refineries and the prioritization of crude feedstock supply from our domestic crude petroleum to all the refineries in the country. Yes, we have supply of the petroleum resource, of crude oil to our refineries. However, the refineries, from the table I've given you, will find out that it has very low capacity utilization. So the product production has been low, and we imported almost all the petroleum products that we need, the PMS, the AGO, the DPK, and etc., even LPG. So we really need to prioritize the supply of crude to our local refineries once they are made operational. We have to establish a single ministry of petroleum and energy to provide a one-stop shop and effective coordination in all its ramifications of the energy industry. The third, I suggest we have to implement the National Energy Policy, the Master Plan, the PIA 2021, and the Electricity Act of 2023 fully by sustaining the ongoing reforms of the energy sector without losing track on the energy transition plan of the country. Lastly, we need to enforcement of the rule of law to better attract and guarantee investments in the energy sector. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Nigeria has about 230 million people today and a current GDP per capita of less than $2,000 and an electricity consumption per capita of less than 200 kilowatt hour. Extremely low. It is unfortunate that energy supply in the forms of heating and automotive fuels, as well as electricity, is yet to be made secure, equitable, and sustainable to facilitate sustainable engineering innovations in the country and to drive the required economic growth as envisioned in the Agenda 2050 and the renewed hope agenda of government In order to resolve the challenges that have hindered the secured and sustainable supply of energy and power in the country, it is recommended that we resuscitate our refineries, which is currently being done. We've been told these refineries are coming upstream, but up to date, I don't think they are working. And that the supply of the feedstock should be prioritized to all the domestic refineries in the country, both the public and the private owned refineries, the Dangote and others. That a single Ministry of Petroleum and Energy be re-established to provide a one-stop shop and leadership for the energy sector in all its ramifications, and with the primary objective of meeting the national domestic energy demand needs as a priority. Indeed, we have had a single Ministry of Energy during Obasanjo period one time. We had a single Minister of Energy with the ministers. I think we had Minister of Power, Minister of Petroleum, Minister of Electricity State, Minister of Power, Minister of Petroleum, Minister of Oil State, Minister of Gas State. But I think when Yar'Adua came on board, he unbundled the ministry back to Power and Petroleum. And even at that time, I think agencies like Energy Commission were moved from Science and Technology to the Ministry of Energy. And so both research policy and implementation were to be seen under one umbrella, which I now call a one-stop shop. Even dealing with development partners becomes easier. And I think we will drive our targets better. We need the implementation of the National Energy Policy and Master Plan to be jealously implemented by sustaining the ongoing reforms without losing track on the energy transition plan of the country. And lastly, I emphasize here the rule of law must be seen to be uncompromised in the country so that investments will be attracted. And indeed, we need huge investments in the energy sector, both the oil and gas, the renewable energy sector, and the derived sector, which is the electricity subsector. Wish to thank you for listening, and wish you all the best in subsequent presentations.
It's another round of applause for our prof, our teacher, our mentor. Thank you so much, sir. We are really very grateful. All right, we are gradually going to round up the program. Because of the time constraint we have, we will allow only 2 questions and maybe comments from participants regarding the 2 presentations that have been made, the one by the keynote speaker and the other by the lead presenter. And goodwill messages that will be coming, just get ready. After that, we'll hand over plaques and we'll have our vote of thanks. So very soon we'll be rounding up this session. So I'm handing over to the chairman now to take and control what happens regarding questions and answers. But we need another second mic so that they can use one to respond and one to the chairman. One, the mic there, to the chairman, and another one for response.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have listened to our keynote speaker as well as our lead speaker, number 2. You will all agree with me that it was an enriching presentation a challenging one, as well as very informative. It's because of the time constraints. As the chairman, I'm supposed to offer a summary of what they have presented, but I'm intimidated by the presence of so many academicians here that I'm a practitioner in the field, so I'm not very good with grammar. So please forgive my inexperience. The lead speaker, a very erudite professor of innovation, took us through history, though he has already classified this theater into two groups. One on the high table, and then the other ones, but not all that are not on the high table belong to the native, what did you call them? Native, digital natives. Okay. So most of us here are digital migrants. He took us through the 4 stages of industrial revolution, the mechanical, when Britain was leading the world, and the pound sterling was the international currency. And he told us that he who controls the technology of any particular period controls that society. And Britain at that time was controlling virtually the whole world. And then we moved to the next stage, which is the electronic stage. We had the United States of America dominating the whole world, with the dollar being the international currency. And that is what we are experiencing today, but we are on the verge of transition, as the Prof has said. Because we are now moving to another stage, which is the artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, Internet of Things, and data control. And he told us that anybody that controls the data will control the next stage at the global power politics. And that is our challenge now. As a developing country, we have to define ourselves. Where do we intend to be? Are we going to join the new power, where the currency will no longer be dollar, but digital currency? We are already starting to see it in Bitcoin and the other digital blockchain technology and the others. And only God knows what will come after. He also introduced 2 words to us. That is techno-feudalism as well as acadopreneurship. Techno-feudalism he defines as the new order, where feudalism as we used to know it before, where who controls much land, who has more territory, who has more military power controls the world. But now we are moving into where control of data, he who controls more data will control all of us. He gave us the example of averagely how many hours does each of us spend on our phones, on our computers, so many things. So he who controls those mechanisms will control our lives. So where do we belong and where do we intend to be? I think the Prof spoke so much that I will leave all of us to dwell on that and also to be ready with our questions and comments. And our second speaker, the distinguished Professor of Engineering, our leader, our boss, took us through energy. And he told us that to grow our economy, we need energy. And this energy is needed for what our guest speaker has told us, the distinguished Professor of Innovation. You need data, and this data runs on energy. So if you don't have energy, you have no data bank. If you have no data bank, you have no control, neither of the economy, nor of the resources, nor of the people in the world. So we need energy, really. And the Prof told us that there's a linear relationship between economy and energy. That if you need to grow your economy, you need energy. He also took us through the emerging challenges we have from the new technologies, such as climate change, sustainable energy supply, as well as the SDGs. And he told us that Nigeria has enormous resources that have not been tapped appropriately. So at least it's comforting for us to know that we have the resources, but what we need is to explore them, make use of them, take advantage of them, so that we become one of the leading nations in the globe. He took us through different policies of the government: 2023 Power Reform Act, 2021 Petroleum Industry Act, 2015 National Renewable Energy Act, and so many other policies. But he pointed to us rightly that there is so many somersault of policy in Nigeria, and that is why we cannot move forward. So he suggested that there is need to harmonize these policies, not only the policies, but the MDAs managing our energy sector. The petroleum, energy, power, they need to be put together so that we can move forward as a country. The bureaucratic bottlenecks generated by these MDAs brings confusion and lack of focus. So the key thing, as the Prof has said, we need affordable, constant supply of energy to power engineering innovation for sustainability. On that note, I would like to invite comments from the high table on the two paper presentations for our audience. If anybody has anything to say on the high table, please. If there is none, I'll go to the second high table. If anybody here, please, has any comment to make, please feel Professor Mother.
Mr. Chairman, I'll stand on existing protocol. I want to say I am so glad to be here, and I'm very proud of the Faculty of Engineering for this wonderful opportunity they've given us and brought in a world-class scholar. So it is something I witnessed today. I didn't just hear about it. And I want to say kudos to all of you. And to Professor Aibinu Magaji, I've watched him grow to become who he is today. Every step of the way I've watched him as a young academic growing to the pinnacle. And I will say he's a son in whom I'm very pleased, and he gladdens my heart. And he's an example to all of you students out there. This is what mentors are made of, what people we should look up to are like. And being in engineering today for me is like, I felt like crying when I walked in today. I brought this building to the Faculty of Engineering through my brother and former classmate, His Highness Muhammad Sanusi II, when he was governor of Central Bank. So this is part of my gift to this place. And at a time they wanted to, they scrapped all these programs on the internet and online, if you remember. The minister just came online and scrapped all the programs. I was that lone woman who went to the Ministry of Education to challenge her. Not only did I challenge her, I told her that there was a third route, because she was thinking within the box. There's nothing on ground. They have to close down. They have to do that. And my VC said, give us money, give us money. I said, it is neither here nor there. I said, farm these students out. She's somebody I know over the years since she was younger. She's just a bit older than me. We live in the same neighborhood in Nasarawa and Kano. So I used that proximity to enter the meeting that I was not supposed to be there. And then she went online and on air and then unscrapped the programs. And she was very pleased with me because I told her, you can think without a box. And she thanked me for bringing some sanity into her regime. Till today, when she sees me, she will first grab me by the waist and lift me up my feet. And so I want to say, so for me, it's a very emotional moment being here. And to think this university will have been deprived of these wonderful scholars. They are really wonderful. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed by my DG. Though retired but not tired, he gave it his all. And Magaji has always, you are exceptional. I wish you more God blessings. And I hope I will be alive to see what you will still become. I mean, and best wishes to all of you, and congratulations. I have to run.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible now. So, and he's the person is struggling to meet up with those curriculum and then set the exam within a space of 3 months, that is a semester or thereabouts. Sir, these new ideas you have brought in now, how is it possible to be integrated by the lecturer within that semester now, knowing that we have a curriculum that seems to have been cast on, what do I call it now, cast in a block, that is what you're supposed to teach students. They will write the exam on that according to what we have in whether NUC or our university curriculum, and then pass somebody. But then you are bringing in these things, which is exactly the way the global world is going. How do we marry the two and still survive as engineers and lecturers in 21st century? Thank you, sir.
I think we'll take more questions before I give it back to the prof to answer those questions. Okay, the gentleman on the left, please.
Good afternoon, sirs. My name is Engineer Ikonne. I'm a master's degree student doing electronics and telecommunication data center specialist. I work with. My interest is in IIP and AIP. Very long time ago, I ran into one of my lecturers from in the higher institution, and he asked me, is it really the things we taught you in the schools that were places? Then I want to ask, why is it that the gap between the institutions and the industry are so wide? The industries do not approach the institutions, and the institutions industries. Is it that there is a mistrust between both of them?
Hello? I think we will take only one more question, if anybody has any, and I will implore you to please, please don't give us story. Go straight to your question, please. Thank you.
Any other questions, please? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Queenette. I am from Igbinedion University, Okada, Benin City, Edo State, the heartbeat. Now, my question is concerning industry-academia collaboration. Please, can any of the, maybe the keynote speaker, address this? I am the industry academia officer of my university. We go out to speak to industries, but they don't receive us properly.
Thank you. Thank you, my sister.
So please, sir,
I will now hand over.
Address this. Let us know.
The two professors will comment on this.
Thank you very much.
Please. Thank you.
The chairman, sir, kindly permit me to go to the podium. And how many minutes are you giving me? Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot for those wonderful questions. And let me try as much as possible to respond to. So to me, I have about 6 questions here. Number 1, the role of mentors. That was the major question there. And then the impact of grantmanship. And is there a flaw in our curriculum? And how do we integrate the new mantra? Those are the 4 questions the first person asks. The second person asks about what is the gap, or why there is a gap between industry and universities. And number 6 is you ask us to speak to industry. We have been doing that, but they are not responding. What is the way forward? Those are the 6 questions I have here, and I will try as much as possible to be very, very time conscious. Number 1, the first thing is that, as my mother that just left said, the major thing all of us should adopt is to have mentors. Without mentors, you go nowhere. Even as a young lecturer, don't have mentors. You may have mentors for politics. I will not say don't participate in politics. Participate. But participate in technology politics, where you develop the code, you develop the connectivity and rest. Mentors are important. Number 2, grantmanship. Yes, I know the person he mentioned. Once you know about grantmanship, there are a lot of opportunities outside there for students, for lecturers. But are we really speaking? Are we really talking to each other? Electrical engineering, we be buying the same components, the same instruments, owned by mechanical engineering. How many spectrum oscilloscope do we have on this campus? And we keep on repeating the same thing. We are not speaking to each other. We are only competing. We are not collaborating. We are competing. on LD competition, not LD collaboration. Hello? Some we even said in Yoruba, I will translate it for us to really understand. Ìgbà táwọn ti gòkè, wọ́n ti yọ ladder. That is, after crossing, he has removed the ladder. The ladder was not meant for you. The ladder was meant for the owner. And the owner must go with it. Why don't you learn how to create your own ladder when he was creating his own? Why have you turned yourself to a tool and not a co-creator? Hello? Grantmanship that I said is about co-creating. It's about hand-holding. Do you know why I teach people grantmanship? Very easy, so that when you win your own next grant, if it's an impact grant, at least you will buy something for the department or the university there. So I don't have to bother myself about that as a vice chancellor again. It's about co-creation. And then, if you win 1, 2, 3, I'm sure someone somewhere that is related to me somewhere, who is an uncle to an auntie to my cousin, who is a brother to my niece, will definitely benefit. So grantmanship is the way to go. And it takes you just one day to understand what is it all about. But again, one negative thing about grantmanship is that it's a full-time job. You don't just put my name. It's not just about put my name, add my name to your proposal. NRF is about closing. The Dean, sir, and the Vice Chancellor, sir, you need to set KPI, key performance indicator. You need to give it to all faculties. All faculties must submit nothing less than 30 concept notes. 30 times number of your faculties will give you nothing less than 180 submission. Let's assume you have 6 faculties. And at a success rate of 10%, that is 18. 18 times 50 million. You can get that. Are you with me, sir? So give each faculty 30 KPI. Again, if you don't, sir, the DG, sir, you normally set KPI for your organization and less, but are we setting it in the universities? The VC will just say, third one is out, apply. No! And the dean must now step down that 30 that we have been issued KPI of 30 concept notes to be submitted. Electrical, you ensure you submit 6. Even if you don't go that way, sir, you can just say all professors. If you are really prophesizing, just submit concept note for funding. And then, or anybody above SL level, just submit one. And you keep the list of those who fulfill that. You are not going to discriminate of those who did not fulfill, but you are going to enhance those who fulfill that criteria. When they bring their letter, VC, I need this thing. You first of all check that list. You first of all check that list. And that may govern the way you react. That, Prof, the last time, we will look at your issue. Next time, if you give KPI, you will address it. So again, curriculum. Let me state it unequivocally. Nigerian curriculum is one of the best in the world. Can you give Nigerian universities a round of applause? If you are still in doubt, there is no time a Nigerian, a graduate from Nigeria, go outside for master's or PhD and did not perform. We always normally what? Over what? Perform. Why are they employing our graduates around the world? If not we use the best curriculum in the world, coupled by the emotional intelligence for our fathers and mothers that help you to reset your brain at times when the algorithm is faulty by just giving you backhand. In Africa, sir, or in Nigeria that I'm not, or in Yoruba land that we are what you call authoritarian democrats. Authoritarian what? Democrat. We use the left hand to punish, and you know, now you allowed me need to punish you. Yeah, take this. We are But if you go totally democrat, it's alien to us. Totally authoritarian is alien to us. But we are authoritarian what? Democrat. And that's what our curriculum. So if you are now using Democrat eye to look at our curriculum, you will always find what? Fault there. So, and then for you to now understand what are the problems, it's not the curriculum, but those of us that are implementing the what? The curriculum. I want to ask us here, for the digital migrants that are here, may your child score 380 in JAM. Say amen. Amen. 380. If you claim that, raise up your hand. If you claim that, raise up your hand. 380. 380. Raise up your hand. May your child, may your son score 380. Raise up your hand. But may that your son use it to enter college of education. Why? College of education is good. That's we are producing teachers that will go and train your grandchildren. You can see our policy, our mantra is let the worst teach the rest. Let us teach the rest. Let the worst teach the. If someone scores 380, you don't send him to be a teacher or a lecturer. Medicine, oil and gas. First class, oil and gas. Someone that now managed to have 2 on the dot, that is not 150, 130. You now send him to College of Education. Don't forget, you can't give what you don't have. Someone that is already mentally panibited, has lost hope, he has applied for JAM, to NMPC, to ECN, and no job. He now know the dean. Dean will now facilitate his job with the VC. They now give him lecturer 1 or 2. What you don't, and when he was in school, he did not learn. What you don't have, you cannot give. Why can't we allow the best to teach the rest? The curriculum is not the faulty part. It's the people that are implementing. The curriculum, hello? The same way you had 2 plus 3. If someone that understands it teach you, and someone that just managing to understand, you will see the difference. So it's not the curriculum, but it's in those who are implementing the what? The curriculum. Also take it from me. Every 5 years, you have to renew your curriculum in Nigerian system. CC is just out dancing and ensuring that Nigerian universities are at par with the world. Can we give NUC and our universities that? But what we need to change is not the curriculum, it's you and me mentality, our culture, our mindset that the worst should teach the rest. Let's change it to the best should teach the rest. Don't stop looking down on teachers. And let me say this in Yoruba. Omotisa kabati wolonche teacher. That is someone that has failed in getting good job. That's the person that you now go to pastor or imam ejo. But he should get teacher even if it is just teaching work. Help me get for him. Like now, if I need to speak with our Baba, former DG, I will speak without my cousin. We get employment with the ECN, Energy Commission of Nigeria. Not how he will help me to facilitate a lecturing job for my cousin. No, I reject that. Not my portion. Am I right? So it's our mindset. Mindset and mindset. Let's now be looking. And again, Yoruba will say, Ambayon washeni, ambayon she. Once you have been helped or assisted to get the job, forget about what you have not achieved. One of my mentors normally say that, sir, if you cannot hit your target, okay, if you cannot hit your target, you better hit a point and call it your target. Since you have missed Shell, you have missed NMPC, and you have now been given job at University of Abuja, re-strategize and make that one that this is my dream. This is what I want to be. and re-equip yourself. So, how do we integrate? Number one, once you need to reorientate yourself, you need to develop yourself. Hello? Let me be frank with some of us that are lecturers. We don't invest in ourselves. Most of us, we don't even have what is called tool of trades. Our laptop, when you want to see the poorest laptop or the olden days laptop, just ask all the lecturers to bring their laptop. You will see them using Pentium 1 or Pentium 2, not Core i5 or Core i1, Core i2. No, invest in tool of trade. Make the job very good, very branded, and let those students be looking forward to being a what? Lecturer. But again, some of us, we will go to class with our presentation, our brand. So that's it. So number one, let us ask for integration. You have been handed over with this is what to teach, not how to teach it. That is it. Teach them how to code on this artificial, but how you now teach them is not left to you. If you so again, that's just what, like me, the way I teach, I will never ask you the first thing I normally do is that let's have a semester is 16 weeks. So how? When I come to class on the first day, I divide the whole class into 4 groups. Simple. 4 groups. The first day I will take the class, I will show them the curriculum, the learning outcome, this one, and I will now divide the group, group 1, group 2, and I will now divide the learning content into 16 weeks, and I will now appoint them. Group 1 will take week 1, week 5, week 9, week 13. Week 1, 5, 9, 13. Group 2 will take 2, 6, 10. The classroom will be divided into 2 parts. The first part is for the students, because I'm no longer a lecturer, I'm a facilitator. Facilitating learning. I'm no longer at the center of learning. I'm at the peripheral. Students, I will have given them the content and this. Number one, their task to go and make the slide for their week based on that content. Number 2, to show me evidence that it was a teamwork. So you have to submit minutes of meeting where you develop and arrange the content, and you have to have video recording of it uploaded on the Google on the Google Drive. Now, when you now come to the class is 2 hours or so. I will now give them 1 hour to take the first part, and I will now take the second part of that same class, and it make it exponential. So on AIP versus IP, there is a gap. I totally agree. But again, we are not closing that gap. University lecturers, we are still adorning ourselves with toga or certificates and the rest, and we are not speaking to them. Most of our campuses, we have banks on campus because they now understand that their customer resides here. So they have moved in with us. But we have them as our customers. We are not moving in with them. So again, for us, let's start with what we say. To me, I normally start with what I have. The first customers I have, they are my what? Students. So if I'm very, very close to them on campus, they will bring their fathers, industries, and the rest to me. So number one, treating them with the highest standard I can afford. So number one. And then number 2, during the high tea, we normally invite industry people to be part of that. And that is why. So why are they not talking when you speak to them? Very easy. You are not speaking their language. You need to speak in Naira and Kobo, not what you write as a problem of statement. You don't have to speak with them about number of papers that we, no. You look at their return on investment, who is the MD, who is the DG, and where is their market, and you tell them, in my department, for each level, you have 200 students. So this your product, we are going to make it we are going to ensure that that's what is being used on our campus. Like in my university, because the chancellor of our university is the owner of Biggie, we have banned all other products for as our official discount. In all our official event and rest, it must be that what? Biggie. Because,
on that note, my
thanks a lot.
Professor, I have to cut you. Only that you didn't supply us with the Biggie product in this theater. It would have been wonderful.
Thanks a lot.
You will all agree with me that if we leave the prof, we will not leave here until 8 p.m. Thank you very much for that very good presentation. I don't know whether Professor Bala has something to say, please. Any other person on the high table? Please, I will give you only 1 minute, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to talk on what my sister up there asked the question. The lecturers need to give themselves a better orientation. I will use myself as a case study. When I went to do my PhD in FUT Mina, I would have spent more than the required time. Simply why? Because of the attitude of the lecturers. It took another lecturer that is from a different department than my own department for me to graduate. Being a co-supervisor from a different department other than my own. And now, down the line, 3 years later, there is an opening for a TC Technical Corporation project. Of course, I didn't invite those from my department. I must tell you the truth. I invited the lecturer, who is from the other department, who facilitated my going. And today, his department has a technical cooperation project from the International Atomic Energy Agency. And they are going to provide them with equipment for their program. So the attitude of the lecturers is what hinders those who are in the industry. Most of your PhD students, most of your master students are from the industry. How do you relate with them? How do you treat them? What do you do to them? That will determine whether they will accept you or they will not accept you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for that contribution. On this note, I think we have to close this opening ceremony because we have technical sessions that will be taking place and they are going to be on Zoom. So people internationally are waiting for that program. We cannot afford to be late again. On this note, I thank our distinguished speakers, distinguished professors for availing us their time and their knowledge and for being willing to share with us. It is our hope and prayer that we, the younger ones, as well as the students, will have something to take home for a better Nigeria. I'll also use this opportunity to appreciate the Faculty of Engineering for organizing this conference, as well as our acting Vice Chancellor for staying all through with us this opening ceremony. I'll also appreciate other government, top government parastatals invited here, the Korean Energy Commission, and others I could not mention now. We are all appreciative of your time, and I hope that it will all be useful to us, if not now, in the future. And to our other participants and students, we all appreciate your presence here. Without you, this thing will not have been a success. I hope that the takeaway will be for us to build a better Nigeria, the one that we will be proud of, the one that we can bequeath a legacy to our children and grandchildren to come, and then for Nigeria to be a player at the global stage, in the next stage of world politics, because we have all it takes to be there. Please, our younger ones, work hard. Just as the professor said, the last point he made is very critical. That mentorship is very critical. And what brings about mentorship? Your attitude. As the lecturer is teaching you, the way you even behave, he's observing you. You have no respect for the lecture, no respect for the knowledge. How do you want to excel? You cannot. You have to respect knowledge, respect even your laptop and your books. Some of us will just bend the papers and notes and put in our pockets anyhow. You throw your computer anywhere. Knowledge has to be respected, and facilitators of knowledge to be respected. The only time you can benefit from knowledge. On this note, thank you for attending. I wish us very successful technical presentation while the MC will continue with her announcements. Closing prayer.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sir, and thank you very much, Professor Musa Albino. The next on the agenda is taking goodwill messages from a few guests. And the next goodwill message is from NASDA, Dr. John Momo. A clapping, let's welcome him to the podium, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. The chairman, the IT vice chancellor, the keynote speaker, and then our prof, the lead speaker. Without wasting much of your time, I just want to appreciate everybody here on behalf of my Director General, Professor Dr. Oh, I've seen people from my office here. I didn't know they are here. Dr. Matthew Adepoju. He could not make it to this meeting for obvious reasons. Now, I've listened keenly to all the speakers here today, and I want to say I really appreciate the eye-opening lectures delivered by our keynote speaker and even the prof, even the lead speaker. But I would not like to leave this place without saying this on behalf of my DG. We have talked about sustaining engineering innovation. We have talked about academia and industry relationship collaboration. I want to recall that I remember when this Faculty of Engineering came to NASDA some few years ago, where they needed to have their engineering courses accredited. And many of us then from the Space Agency came as part of the lecturers on board for that accreditation process. And that was the beginning of our academic and industry collaboration that we are enjoying today. Also, before now, we've also had many of your students, University of Abuja, many of your students here becoming interns, doing their internship in the Space Agency. I've interacted with a lot of them. I'm just trying to say these are some of the ways we are trying to enhance academic and industry relationship in time past. Now, for the R&D, I remember many times we have had to do joint proposals with especially Faculty of Department of Mechanical Engineering and Electrical Engineering of this university for some grant development. It turned out that many of them had not turned out good, or we didn't win them. But you see, what I want to say is that the agency as it stands is very open to this industry academic collaboration in terms of research and development and innovation. And when my DG saw this invitation, he just said we must attend and make a plea to always submit or to support this annual event on a very small scale as much as we can. I don't know if it's appropriate, but there will be a little donation to that henceforth. Thank you very much for.
Thank you very much for being time conscious. The next goodwill message will be coming from Engineer Dayabu Tijani. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, the chairman. Actually, all protocol duly observed are respected. The goodwill message is from the President, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aina Oguntala, who appointed to be here with you physically because due to her exercise of office, he asked me to present on her behalf. It's a very summary. After protocol, he said, and I read quickly, it gives me pleasure to be here this morning because the program was supposed to start in the morning for this opening ceremony of maiden edition of the Abuja International Conference, AIECO 2025, graciously organized by the Faculty of Engineering, University of Abuja. This conference could not have come at more appropriate time than now, at this crucial juncture in our national development journey. It is imperative to note that ever before now, that our institution intensify efforts to deepen research in engineering and technology. As a nation, we must urgently embrace innovation and engineering-led solutions in order to overcome our perennial challenges and to position our competitive on the global stage. She commended commendation on the teams and speakers. The themes of this year's conference being sustainable engineering solution is timely, relevant, and well conceived. It underscored the urgent need to develop engineering innovation that are effective and environmentally responsible and socially inclusive. I wish to commend the organizers for correcting such a topic, teams, and assembling a robust line of speakers and panelists and experts who, despite their demanding schedule, have honored this invitation to share their insight and perspective. Their presence and willingness to engage signify the importance of collaboration across sectors and borders in addressing engineering challenge of the 21st century. Let me also commend the remarkable turnout at this conference. The large and diverse attendance is clear evidence of the interest and commitment of engineers, academic, industrial players, students, policymakers to the advancement of engineering in Nigeria and beyond. Acknowledgement of stakeholders. I urge all participants to actively contribute to the session and enrich the deliberation. Your ideas, questions, and experience will be critical in shaping actionable outcomes of this conference. I particularly delighted to acknowledge the presence of our international development partners and key stakeholders. Your continuous support is invaluable. I see this opportunity to call upon you to strengthen your collaboration with Nigeria in the area of capacity building, technology transfer, research funding, and product development. Our collective effort will go a long way in accelerating the growth of engineering in Nigeria and across the continent. Commendation. Let me once again commend the University of Abuja, particularly the Faculty of Engineering, for the vision and commitment that lead to the birth of this important initiative. I encourage you to sustain it and make it an annual intellectual gathering that propel innovation and industrial growth. On behalf of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, I wish all the participants fruitful deliberation and a very successful conference. Thank you, Engineer Margaret Aina Oguntala, FNSC President and Chairman and Council.
Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for him, please. Then we'll be taking the last goodwill message. If you have goodwill message. Yes, please.
Please, good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. I am standing in as the Acting Director, General Services Department, representing the DG of Shared Science and Tech. And I bring his goodwill message as thus. They say, I am delighted to extend a warm will of the complex to the university, the Faculty of Engineering, on the occasion of the important conference termed Sustainable Engineering Innovation. This gathering will provide a vital platform for fostering creativity, collaboration, and solutions that address the pressing challenges of our time. As an institution committed to research, technology development, and national growth, SHESCO values partnership that drives sustainable innovation for the benefit of our dear country and the world at large. Shared Science and Technology Complex is a government parastatal established by the federal government of Nigeria in 1993 with the vision to provide opportunities for utilizing technology to contribute to the upliftment of the standard of living of Nigerian citizenry, as well as guarantee a wholesome environment. The complex is to contribute to the competitiveness of industries by promoting innovation and thus assure their profitability and survival. The complex provides facilities for research and development at the highest possible level. Of course, our keynote presenter was talking about grandmanship and corporate creation. SHESCO is available for high-level research. Equipments are available, and we are waiting for high-level researchers we are having spaces for high-level researchers to utilize. In view of the above, SHESCO has Memorandum of Understanding with the University of Abuja, and in extension, the Faculty of Engineering is an established MOU. So all the students of the Faculty of Engineering, if you have proper approval from the faculty, you will be granted access to facilities in the SHESCO for your researches. There have been several collaboration engagements between the two parties. This includes student industrial training, provision of research space and facility for students, and exchange of knowledge at different fora. Not only even the researchers, because SHESCO is meant to handle complex researches and new technology, even outsiders, even up to the presidency, have access to the facilities that are available. I commend the Faculty of Engineering for creating the avenue to inspire students, researchers, and industry stakeholders. It is my hope that the outcome of this conference will contribute significantly to advancement of engineering practices and shaping a more sustainable future for Nigeria and beyond. I wish the organizer and the participants fruitful deliberation and lasting success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that golden opportunity. We really appreciate you. We are moving on to the next program on the agenda.
All right, thank you so much. I will call on the acting vice chancellor, as well as the chairman of the local organizing committee of this program, Professor Dagwa, to come over to present plaques to the chairman of this occasion, the keynote speaker, as well as the lead paper presenter. Come up, Professor.
Chairman, sir. On behalf of engineering, I is to the chairman of the occasion. Okay. Professor. On behalf of Faculty of Engineering, I want to thank you once more again for this wonderful lecture, and we hope, I think, you return back to University of Abuja in a very big way, because we have really appreciated. Yes. So on behalf of the Faculty of Education, Engineering, my fathers. So I'm presenting this so that always have University of Abuja, Faculty of Engineering in your mind. Thank you. of Engineering, I want to present this small gift. Elder Professor being the lead speaker number 1, I think. So.
All right, I now invite the chairman of the local organizing committee to give his vote of thanks, Professor Ishaya Musa Dagwa.
Thank you, MC. We are very conscious of time, but it is very important that we appreciate you are being here out of your very tight schedule. Here, not only in person, but with great support to the faculty. Mine is a very straightforward work to do, to give the vote of thanks on behalf of the local organizing committee and the Faculty of Engineering. I would like to say thank you to the chairman of this opening ceremony, Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda, FNSE, Acting Executive Secretary, FCDA, ably represented by Engineer Ahmad Muhammad, Special Assistant Technical to ES, FCDA. Want to also say thank you very much to the keynote speaker, Professor Abiodun Musa Abinu, Vice Chancellor, Summit University, OFA, Kwara State. Thank you very much, sir. Also want to appreciate and thank our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Matthew Adamu, ably represented at this occasion by the SSA, Research and Innovation, Professor Abdul Buba. Want to also appreciate and thank the lead paper presenter one, Professor Eli Judere Bala, former DG, Energy Commission of Nigeria. Want to also appreciate and thank Mrs. Adwa Cletus Na, representing the acting chairman, Energy Commission of Nigeria, Dr. Uche Madu, representing the National Atomic Energy Commission. That's representing the acting chairman of the Nigerian Atomic Energy Commission. Engineer Moses Atanda, representing the DG, SHESCO, the President, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aina Oguntala, FNSC, ably represented by Engineer Tijani Deabu, FNSC. Also have the representative of the DG Newbury, Professor Samson Duna, here, ably represented by, initially we were communicated, Godwin Lazi Yisa. Don't know if I get the right, okay, good. Thank you very much, you're welcome. We want to also appreciate and thank the representative of the DG, NASDA, National Space Research and Development Agency, Dr. Don Momo. I hope I got it right. Thank you. I want to also recognize the presence of the representative of the DG, Raw Materials Research Development Council. I want to also recognize and say thank you to our dean. He's the host. We have the chief host, the vice chancellor, but the host is the dean. Thank you very much, our able Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Engineer Professor Abdul Fatai Jimo. Thank you. I want to also appreciate and thank all our invited guests, directors in the University of Abuja, heads of departments, professors, staff and students, ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, local organizing committee. Each and every one of you here is recognized, and we appreciate you for being here. You know, some had to travel from different locations, different parts of this country, Our participants, we cherish you. Want to say thank you. We pray we'll have wonderful sessions with you. One of them just asked a question all the way from Egbenedium University. Engineer Mrs. Queenet, very active. She has been around to even help us in some of the preparations. In conclusion, we want to thank some individuals and organizations that have supported us in cash and kind. Run through their names or the names of the organizations. Prime Tech, Mr. Oyelade, Mr. Aladi Samuel of Solid Agriculture Nigeria Limited, Engineer Oguche, Amadou Innocent, Nigerian Building, Road and Research Development Institute. We want to thank you all. Thank you and God bless. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much, our very able chairman. Just want to make some quick announcements so that we know how we'll move on from here. Those that have registered and have your packets, your lunch ticket is inside. So as you move out from here now, just move to the next hall here, and you can have your lunch there. I hope the information is clear. Then, members of the high table, as we move out from here, we're going to have a good photograph just by the staircase here. Just by the staircase here. And then we have exhibition stands. We have one at the upper part of this building, and another one by the left side of this building. And so after the good photograph, the VC will lead members of the high table to the exhibition ground. Thank you so much. From there, we'll go to our technical sessions. So the technical session will start right away after your lunch. Yeah?
It is your favorite #1 Nigerian saxophonist. My name is Yemi Sax.